A transdisciplinary knowledge, a field of knowledge of psychology, history, psychoanalysis, political psychology, anthropology, ethnology, and the social sciences and the humanities. Well, you put it all in there. That's everything, but also psychohistory fictional, where basically you can predict long-scale future of large groups of people. You know, I loved it when I was reading it, but now that I'm like seeing it in this context, there was something better there. I don't mean to criticize Isaac Asimov. You know, I put it next to Murderbot, and I'm like, that's just better. Skynet. S tier. So Skynet wins over HAL 9000 because that is actually what we talk about when we talk about all-powerful AI. We don't tend to talk about HAL. We tend to talk about Skynet. One, absolutely great brand name, absolutely something a company would name itself, absolutely just like has this feeling of both like, yeah, that would happen, and immediately like dystopia.
Okay. So first of all, credit store, look at that. I got to 1.56k. I'm not sure if this makes sense to dump into place where I usually dump it. Dump it. And I'm not gonna put about anything else. Right now, at least. This thing. Let's see. What I got. Are those the infinite ones? No, those are for some days. For some days only. How much they are? 40. Whatever. I don't need to do it right now. But I do need to do this thing at some point. Let's see what that thing is. Armadillos. Okay. Arama. Uh-huh. So I can do everything in one go. First empty. Shame the pan isn't here.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay. Okay, well then.
Vibes, brand names in science fiction, so good. Speaking of which, Soma. Soma is like the drug from Brave New World. And like, I mean, so good. I had a term in my book called the Psalm, and I actually don't know where that came from. But there aren't that many constructions of four-letter words. Like they feel like they're like would make sense in terms of English phonemes and aren't already words. And Soma is one of them. And man, it's a very powerful and important force in the book. It hasn't jumped. I mean, maybe it's jumped a little bit. I don't know. Has anybody ever tried to invent Soma? I hope not. It's basically a drug that calms people, but it's definitely B tier if it's not A tier. The sonic screwdriver. Look, I know that Doctor Who is not technically science fiction, but also it is. The sonic screwdriver? Like it's either F tier or it's like AB. It's so dumb. Look, Doctor Who is dumb, but Doctor Who wasn't always dumb. I don't know. The TARDIS, a very silly word, but sonic screwdriver, it just doesn't say what it is. I know that that's part of the point. I feel like I'm gonna make some enemies right now. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I'm gonna average it out between synthahol. This is like the synthetic alcohol that doesn't make you drunk from Star Trek. I've got some problems with it chemically. I don't know how that would work. I'm gonna go with F tier though. It's pretty bad. Termination shock, S tier, another one that jumped from the book into the real world. So this is the idea, you're doing something that's making something bad, and then you're like, okay, well, let's stop doing it. But then that actually causes a trigger that makes things worse. Real world example here is sulfur dioxide that comes out of coal-fired power plants. So the sulfur dioxide comes out with the carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is doing warming, but the sulfur dioxide is doing cooling by reflecting sunlight back to space. And so if you just all of a sudden we're like, okay, no more CO2. The CO2 does long-term warming, but the sulfur dioxide does short-term cooling and disappears almost immediately. And then you end up with a sudden spike in the temperature. So a termination shock is any phenomenon like that. You're doing something that's making something bad, but then you stop it and actually it makes it way worse in the short term. Amazing term. That is like totally usable in the real world. Tesseract. Well, a tesseract is a real thing. 4-dimensional cube. If you add it on a fourth spatial dimension, what would you get? You get this cube that does different things. And then Madeline L'Engle took this and was like, okay, this is the thing that is the transition between one world and another, as far as I remember. Wrinkle in Time. The thing is, these are all from like popular things, so it makes sense they're all pretty good. Biodigital Jazz is bad, because Tron 2 wasn't popular. But yeah, I'll leave it there in C tier. Energem, that's going in the F tier. This is from, I think, the Power Rangers? I mean, it's for babies, of course, so of course it's not gonna be great, but Energem is dumb. Oh, we're filling up F tier real quick here. Neutron Star Heart, which they talk about with Thor's hammer. It's like the heart of a neutron star. The neutron star is gonna be, I think, consistent all the way through. It's not like different down there in the middle. It's all neutrons all stacked on top of each other. Though I don't know. I'm not an astrophysicist. But this is very dumb, because if this is any part neutron star, we've got a huge problem on our hands. This is not a usable device. In this way, I sometimes do not like it when science gets into fantasy and we start saying, like, proton pack. We start saying neutron star heart. I'm like, no, you just, no. Those are real things. Neutron stars are real things. Protons are real things. You can't just say things. Altered carbon neural stack. Neural stack evokes like the development stack. You know, all the different pieces of the layers making software do things. I like neural stack. That has a chance of getting out. So I'm going to put it in A tier. I think that someday, if an altered carbon world-like thing exists, maybe that's what we would call it. I don't know. Probably not. We'd probably call it some frickin' brand name. The Matrix. The Matrix was a fictional idea, but now we talk about it all the time. We talk about that in terms of simulation theory. We talk about it in terms of the metaverse and VR. We talk about it in terms of artificial intelligence, you know, and like, you know, potential AI that are gonna have malicious intent. So all of that. I think that The Matrix was like perfect for its moment, not ahead of its time, but like exactly in its time. And so we ended up with something really great. We also here have the Illudium Q36 explosive space modulator, which is from Marvin the Martian. So I think it's doing the work that it wants to do. Look, it's an explosive space modulator, and it's got a brand name and it's got a model number. I don't know. That's like B tier for sure. Arc reactor. Tony Stark's arc reactor. I don't know what that does. That stand for something? Wait, what's this? Arc fusion reactor. The arc fusion reactor, affordable, robust, compact, is a design for a compact fusion reactor developed by MIT.
And that's all. True.
The MIT plasma. Okay. All right. When was this done? I assume, yeah, 2014. So after Tony Stark existed. All right. Well, that gives it a little bit of a bump in that it's broke into the real world a little bit. Would be pretty cool if that broke into the real world in a big way. But like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a brand. And look, Tony Stark is a branding guy, so I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna put it in C tier. It's fine. No one's complaining about this. Unobtainium. I discussed it earlier. That goes in F tier. We really filled up the F tier here at the end. Warp drive. Ooh. Is that S or A? I mean, warp drive, very much something that we talk about in the real world. There are people who talk about whether warp drives could be possible. Go to warp speed. Like, it really has permeated the culture. Even before it was a term that we all knew. Very recognizable as, I know what you mean when you say this. You don't have to do a bunch of technobabble at me. You don't have to explain this part of the world. There's no exposition necessary. I understand when you say warp drive, the thing that makes it go fast. I really like that about it. I'm gonna put warp drive in S tier. Like, I think that maybe it would not feel S tier because it's so permeated everywhere, but I think that the reason why is because it's actually very good. Xenogenesis. I can't not put that in S tier. So this is Octavia Butler, the Xenogenesis trilogy, and Xenogenesis being the idea of a coming together of two unrelated living systems to produce something new is portrayed extremely well in the book as the very intense thing that it is. I'm a big fan of that word. Knife missile. I like knife missile a lot. That's from the culture. It's just like it's a destructive device that is very powerful and very small and moves very fast. You took two weapons and you put them together. Like, that doesn't make sense. This is actually a picture of a Hellfire missile, and I just realized that, which is a missile that does shoot knives out from the side of it. Sometimes it's able to do that if it's in certain configurations. But in this case, it's like a little knife and a missile at the same time. Like that thing that guy from the Marvel universe. He's got a kind of knife missile-like thing, makes it go around, he controls it with his mind. Mohawk. You know what I'm talking about. Midi-chlorians. I'm putting that in F tier, and I'm not going to talk about it. The nanovirus. That sounds dumb as hell. What's nanovirus from? That's all viruses are nano. Oh no, is it also? It's also a thing. A selective virus designed to kill only an individual or a specific group of people. Is that really what it is? So I guess yeah, it's that. I just obliterated Star Wars here. Sorry. And finally, we're gonna end with the Shrike from Dan Simmons' Hyperion. S tier. I know S tier is pretty full in this chart, and I know. I just looked at Sonic Screwdriver being in D tier, and people are gonna be so mad. But the Shrike, we don't use that term regularly, but it was just the name applied to this not supernatural but so beyond our technology that we cannot understand it thing. This was very affecting for me when I read Hyperion for the first time. And a shrike is this like little bird. It will skewer its prey. It will like store its prey by like stabbing it onto thorns. That is also an element of this book. But there's something that's like both terrifying but also enticing about the shrike. It feels like spice to me. You put the in front of this natural normal part of our world and you lift it out of our world. This is purely subjective and just based on like my experience with the book, which makes me like want to put Tesseract higher because like that's the experience I had reading that book when I was 15 years old. I'm more connected to the 23-year-old that read Hyperion than I am to the 15-year-old that read Wrinkle in Time. So I don't know. I just like I have to put it in S tier, like out of loyalty to myself, because I don't like I can't really explain why. I mean, what
I'm a
book.
demon of delusion. Miss Cecilia prepared this dress for me. Heading out for inspiration? Let's go! Miss Cecilia prepared this dress for me. Feels like Miss Cecilia really enjoys dolling us up like in a dress-up game. Wait, let me grab my field mic before we bounce. Miss Cecilia prepared this dress for me. Today, I'm a demon of delusion. Special album on sale now. Special album on sale now. Is that my cue? Today, I'm a demon of delusion. Hey there, Delulu. Special album on sale now. Today, I'm a demon of delusion. Hey there, Delulu. Special album on sale now. Is that my cue? Today, I'm a demon of delusion.
44 days. I don't need to be really fast.
Because there's a reason it's never been adapted, right? Like, you can't make that movie. And that is my tier list. I have no idea how long I just went. I'm hungry for lunch. It's 11. My wife has texted me, and I have to go to a meeting right now. I'm 1 minute late.
Ayaka's design has always had just one glaring flaw. She's wearing armor that is clearly metallic based on how it shines, unlike the rest of her clothes, so it should be stiff, right? The devs already have to adjust the skeletons of each model to account for their outfits, so surely they could have just disabled these 2 bones, which is actually what they did for Anefa. I guess it just took them a few years to figure out how to do it. Ayaka's design has always had just
One of your team members is in need of assistance.
Which one? Sonar!
Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squad room.
My girlfriend asked me if Dispatch was a show or a game. As most of the games my girlfriend asked me about, my answer was, why don't you play it and decide for yourself?
I'm gonna be like, wait, no, but this chapter is not done.
The truth is that depending on how you play it, Dispatch can range from being a superhero revenge story to a workplace rom-com. It's really all up to who's playing.
I'm getting in there. I'm getting my hands dirty.
It's a game that feels fresh every time you play it, and even fresher when you watch someone else pick it up for the first time. It's best enjoyed shared, so the pressing question this week was what kind of an adventure would ensue when making the woman mecha again? The story of Dispatch begins with Robert Robertson, a hero with no powers. He fights as Mecha Man using a mech suit built by his father.
So I'm going after Shroud because he killed my dad?
We join him on a mission to hunt down Shroud, his arch nemesis, and the man responsible for killing his father. In the first mission, Robert gets to really show off the suit, along with all the cool things he can do.
Whoa!
He infiltrates Shroud's base in order to confront him and avenge his dad, but this henchman named Toxic is waiting for him instead.
Where the fuck is Shroud?
He'll be here in a bit.
So, hilariously, Taryn played the censored version of the game since we live streamed her entire adventure over on Twitch, and this is how they decided to censor it.
Is that a censor?
I actually haven't seen the censor.
You can call me Toxic, bro.
Would that be what I think it is?
Speaking of, give us a follow over on Twitch if you'd like to see future playthroughs, and while you're down there clicking links, consider giving us a like and subscribe. It makes Girl happy.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
I just wanted to explain it for the folks who didn't realize the game had a censored mode, and also because I don't want credit for the shoddy censoring job. I would have done something way more interesting, like pasting Terrance's face over everything. Then again, I guess I could still do that. My girlfriend and Robert do a good job fighting the villains, but unfortunately Shroud planned for this. He set a trap for them, and before they knew it, the mecha suit's caught in a real bind.
Shit, no! Not the mech suit!
Shroud is after the Astral Pulse, the fuel cell that powers the suit. But before he can get it, Robert's able to pull off a quick escape. At least that's what my girlfriend thought.
Uh-oh. They put something on me! It's an armed bomb!
In the wake of the crash, it seems Robert's time as a hero may be over. He holds a press conference discussing the state of his suit and how he may have to retire as a hero.
I didn't hear a question there.
Despite all that, the fiery heart of a hero never stops beating, and there's someone who's looking for him.
No!
This is the blonde Blazer, and unsurprisingly my girlfriend's favorite character.
I like her.
One of them is on that roof.
She's sort of like a superwoman type of hero, and her rescuing Robert isn't just a coincidence. She's been out looking for him and invites him out for a drink.
Because I was hoping, after some drinks to loosen you up, I could learn a little more about you.
Robert's brought to a hero bar, and right away we can see that not everyone deems him an actual hero. After causing a ruckus with some of the other patrons, my girlfriend makes a bit of a scene.
Sorry. Which way is that?
Robert gets himself thrown out of the bar and has to wait for Blazer outside.
What happened to
Well, you brought me to a superhero bar, and someone felt very uppity about it.
Once she finds him, she flies them to a billboard overlooking the Hollywood sign, and my girlfriend, still thinking she's on a date, takes her shot.
I did not read the room. Okay, well, I read half the room.
I'm sorry if I gave the wrong impression.
Oh no.
So as it turns out, Blazer isn't here for romance. She has a job opportunity for Robert.
Unprofessional? I'm not sure that applies to this.
I'm actually here on official business.
Well, darn, this is awkward.
I would like to make you an offer. In exchange for dispatching and mentoring some of our
Oh, they could rebuild my suit?
SDN can make you Mecha Man again.
Mixed signals aside, Blazer's part of a hero dispatch agency called SDN. And since he's out of commission with his broken suit, she's asking for his help at the agency.
Your experience, your work ethic, your perspective, it's all invaluable.
With no way of helping people out in the field, my girlfriend decides she's up to the challenge of leading the next generation of heroes. But first, she's got to find a way down from here.
Is there a ladder or...
Before we go any further, quick question for you. How's your finger?
Their first day working at SDN is an eventful one. In the lobby, my girlfriend gets acquainted with a hero named Waterboy, who's also interviewing for a job at SDN.
Okay, let me...
Oh, he's trying to do a tie.
She also learns that some of the heroes from the bar the previous night are employed here as well.
Oh, not this guy again.
Blazer comes and pulls her aside before asking her to change out of her hero costume and into some civilian clothes.
Take your clothes off.
What?
What's happening right now?
I don't want too many people knowing you're Mecha Man.
Ignoring the implications of her boss asking her to strip down in front of her, multiple HR violations seem to be a staple at SDN, as my girlfriend will soon come to learn.
She can see the reflection.
Regardless of that, Robert has been assigned to the Z Team, a group of former villains who are trying to turn over a new leaf and use their powers for good. The catch is that many are villains that Robert helped bring down during his Mecha Man days, hence why Blazer wants to keep his identity under wraps.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
That's all well and good, but keeping it under wraps quickly falls apart when we learn that someone else has been here watching us the whole time.
Are you serious?
What? Someone was in here? That is an HR violation.
Who locks a conference room?
This is Invisigal, the hero with the worst ranking at the entire agency and a member of Robert's team. She's a rebellious one and a little hot-headed, so her knowing our superhero identity puts my girlfriend on edge.
We take former supervillains, such as herself.
I don't think she should know my identity.
Re-enter society.
I'm not okay with that.
Are those my earrings?
Invisigal is a bit of an instigator, something that my girlfriend gets enough of living with me, but hopefully they can find a way to get along.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain. We're trying to rebrand her.
While using the restroom before his shift, Robert meets a guy named Royd. It turns out Royd also knows his Mecha Man identity, and my girlfriend is realizing how loose the lips are in this office.
You one funny bugger.
Is he gonna become my office bestie? How did you know?
Royd turns out to be chilled though, and reveals he knows Robert's identity since he's the one who's been assigned to repair the mecha suit for him.
Can you show me again? I don't think I can.
The last person we meet is this old guy Chase.
Holy shit. Who's this freckle-faced fuck?
Whoa!
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Well, it turns out he's not actually all that old, and he's not actually really named Chase.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
The hero formerly called Trackstar, and the one who babysat Robert as a kid, goes by Chase at the office.
Why are you accepting hugs from old men you don't know?
Why are you accepting hugs from old men you don't know?
Here, so keep it.
It was his recommendation that got Robert this gig in the first place, and that's enough for my girlfriend to like him.
Was he always like this?
Yes, actually.
Chase has become elderly as a side effect of his powers, and since he can't use them anymore, or risk dying, he's retired from the front lines.
Then how old are you really?
I turned 39 a few months ago.
Damn!
He'll be making dispatch calls alongside Robert, and if nothing else, it's nice to have a friend in the office.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right, enough of this feeling shit. Let's introduce you to your team of users.
Why are you hugging old men you don't know?
That was a whole lot of introductions, but we've still yet to even meet our team.
I remember thinking that YouTube and social media were going to be such clear goods, and they were going to like bring people together, and they were going to help us understand each other better, and they're like, it was all going to be about, you know, if I was going to be able to understand the suffering of someone 20,000 miles away, that might not be on Earth as easily as someone, you know, my next door neighbor, then like that would be a good thing, right? But the that's not what happened.
Hank Green, thanks for coming on the show.
Alright, let's do this.
A jar full of wishes? Yeah, back when Angels of Delusion just started, we were working all sorts of odd jobs to save up for our seed fund. And one day, on our way home, we spotted it.
I remember that too. It was sitting on the top shelf of a display window. The midday sun hit it just right, and it sparkled, giving off a dazzling glow.
And then these two idiots spent every last penny they earned that day on this jar. They treasure it so much. They take it out to look at it a few times every day.
Hey, excuse me. We weren't the only ones who love it. A certain super smart, super talented someone brought it home the first night we bought it, saying she wanted to turn it into a keepsake.
I just wanted to share some ideas with you guys.
It's a really, really great idea.
Nangong told us back then, every time we learn a new song, put on a show, gain new fans, every time we hit a goal, we should write a note, fold it into a star, and put it in this jar. That way, every single step the Angels of Delusion take towards the future will be saved forever. As time went on, more and more stars filled the jar. We got our own rehearsal room, our own little stage, our own special shows. One by one, all those wishes we made are coming true.
The stars are almost piled up to the brim now. Wait, if we win this competition, doesn't that mean we can finally fill it up completely?
That's right! I've got it all planned out. Once it's full, I'll put it away and place it on the most visible shelf in the studio. Sweet trap, activate!
Stars 被湮灭在霓虹的夜，视线锁起如同荒诞的谎言。Artifact show light 射入简单，输出肤浅，思考周间世界上碎片般分裂。想要的一切，触手可及之前，是不是最让人眷恋？拥有喜悦，眼前
easy peasy。
光支配无尽中沦陷。再不会让承诺被敷衍，不让真心被曲解。没有语言的燃烧，但每一步我要决定全让下次被发现，让每一杯真实复原我所了解的，我还没被了解。别再让下一杯拖延，不听耳语还鲜艳。没有语言的燃烧，但每一步我要选择真错，不被遮掩。真实的我在你眼前，我所了解的我等待被发现。
Fantasy time! That's right! Our next show's gonna be even more amazing! Come watch us, okay?
Oh well.
Drop the beat! That's right! Our next show's gonna be even more amazing! Come watch us, okay? Manager! My legs are killing me, and I physically can't keep smiling anymore. The camera.
I can't smile anymore.
All done now. If you're feeling tired, Suna, you can take a break.
For a moment.
Can't read a hollow warning. What disaster supplies should you buy? Don't know the escape route. Don't.
What is Zhao doing here? I don't know. It's yours. Oh, it's literally like that. You just fucking go, hero. So it's expanded 6th Street.
Manager! My legs are killing me, and I physically can't keep smiling anymore. camera.
All done now. If you're feeling tired, Suna, you can take a break.
Phew. First live stream done. Turns out it wasn't as hard as I thought. The Angels of Delusion's Grand Delulu plan is chugging right along. Choo-choo!
Chuchu was pretty fucking cute.
Yeah, so far so good. Except for one thing. And only Suna can handle this one. Huh? What is it? Songwriting? Arranging? Does the melody need any adjustment? It's your shift. You're gonna be late. Didn't you say something about taking the manager out for tea? If we leave right now and run, we might just make it. What? Let me check. There's still plenty of time. Stop being so dramatic, Nanggong. I'll go change into my uniform. Manager, would you mind waiting a minute?
Sure, we'll go once you're ready.
Ta-da! Oh, you look so cute, Suna! Miss Cecilia picked it out specially for us. Feels like she really enjoys dressing us up as dolls.
But the outfits she chooses are always super cute.
Totally. Oh, why haven't you changed into yours yet, Arya?
That's for the special song only.
Oh, no wonder you always turn into a whole different person when you wear it. So cool.
Well, I mean, Suna's the one who wrote the song, though. So...
Wow, so you have your own outfit too, Arya? I want to see it.
Next time, maybe.
What about Nanggong's outfit?
I have my own taste and personal aesthetic. Personal aesthetic? Nanggong just hates wearing stuff herself, but loves watching us get dolled up.
Suna, next time, you've got to write a song that forces her to dress up too.
Huh? What kind of song would that even be? time, Angels of Delusion took part in a one-day store clerk event. After that, I think I became less scared of performing. Probably because I had to yell in front of tons of people when I was on shift. It's just like when you're performing, you gotta sing loud and dance hard.
I'm becoming more and more endeared to Suna. Yo, Mr. Japan. Work.
So this is where Suna works part-time.
Oh, the afternoon is the perfect time to come to our little cafe and leave your worries behind. Oh, I never need to guess my customers' preferences. I have coffee, and coffee reveals everything.
Welcome to Do Gardening. Next time you visit, you might encounter the bouquet that opens up your heart.
Phew. Maybe I should close my stall early tonight. There's a cup. See ya.
Okay, whatever.
Hey there, Delulu.
that my cue?
Wow. Strawberry cake, cream waffles, chocolate cookies. Are you secretly a pastry chef too, Suna?
These are just today's specials. We've got a good variety of pastries today, so I brought one of each. I hope you enjoy.
Huh?
Yeah.
But every time I came, you said you only had today's dessert. You've never brought out a spread like this before.
Right. Even if we wanted to order something else, Suna would immediately say no with a straight face. She'd even put her hands on her hips and be like, "That's my special marketing strategy for the boss. We only serve one tasting dessert per day. Come back tomorrow if you want something else." Don't tell me you were just too lazy to get me all the good stuff. Hey, it's not like that. I just made some extra to thank the manager, okay? Stop making things up, Nangong. Oh, okay. I thought our little Suna was holding out on me.
I get it. These are all daily specials from Suna. I'm gonna enjoy every single one of them.
Yeah, please enjoy.
Suna, are you extra hungry today?
Huh?
Didn't you say you'd never like chocolate cookies? But just now, you literally ate half a plate in one go.
Whoa, were you just pretending when you said you don't like chocolate? Seriously, even if you told us, it's not like Arya would have fought you for it. What pretending? I just zoned out a bit.
Suna, if something's bothering you, you've got to tell me. As your manager, it's my job to look out for you all.
It's nothing, really. It's just... I messed up again at today's evaluation. What if I screw up like this in the actual performance? Would I ruin everything? When I think about that, even chocolate cookies don't taste so bitter anymore.
Don't worry, Suna. Being the center is not that hard. Just stand in the spotlight and tell yourself, "I got this." It's way easier than writing songs.
Really? But when I was at the center earlier, my mind went completely blank. I didn't even know what to do with my arms. Well then, Suna, try what Arya said. Clear your mind when you're on stage. And if you happen to forget the moves... What do I do then? Then we'll just say it's an intentional creative change of rhythm. What? Really? Are you messing with me again? Not at all. Ask
Barbarian manager. It totally makes sense.
Honestly, it's kinda cute when I picture it. If I saw it, I'd probably think it was a fun little Easter egg in the performance.
Yeah, it'd be totally fine. Plus, all three of us will be on stage. Even if something goes wrong, we can cover for each other.
Exactly. It'll be fine. Instead of worrying about what hasn't happened, let's just enjoy our afternoon tea. Save the trouble for tomorrow. Oh, if you're not even enjoying the desserts, mind if I take the last cupcake? Who said that? I'm totally fine now.
Gets thrown out by other monkeys. Oof. Burning Desire is, you know, the other character. It's Burnies. Oh, and let's see.
The best stage for you.
It didn't really go how it felt. Makes sense. Well, didn't realize there was something that was timed. Ah. Nope. All right, so
Hey!
You're such a good sport. You have shingles and you're soldiering through this.
I put on my nicest fun shirt just to convince I need to be distracted. Look,
Okay.
I can tell you all about the progression of the shingles virus now, though, and why it evolved the way that it did. It's very old. We've had the virus that causes chickenpox since as long as there have been humans.
Wow.
And it is no way connected to chickens. They did not do this to us.
No, I don't know
Yeah.
why it has that name. Varicella. We'll just call it varicella.
Wow, look at you knowing stuff.
I got kids. A kid.
Yeah.
All right. So
Hi.
I had this whole intro written out for you. I was going to start the show and I was going to have you introduce yourself, yada, yada. And then you dropped a video that blew up my plan. And I want to start with that instead.
Okay.
So I saw this video you made about the guy who cured his dog's cancer by making an mRNA vaccine using AI. And I know that it's ridiculous to ask you to do the compressed version.
Oh.
But can you? Just give me like the short, not even the vertical.
Of what happened generally, or of my take on it?
Well, I think what happened generally, because then we can unpack it, because I think it's actually like super representative of our media ecosystem.
Yeah. So we're not really sure what happened. Is the short version. So that this is not published peer-reviewed research. It was like a person who like sort of told the Australian news media what he did, which was basically dog got a kind of cancer that's fairly common in dogs, not common in people. Not well, for a dog cancer, well studied, and went through the first couple of courses of treatment, and they were not successful, and then did a bunch of crazy stuff. I don't really know how he convinced a bunch of scientists to do this, but figured out using a variety of tools how to create an mRNA vaccine for this cancer specifically. So looked at the sort of alternate versions of the proteins that were being created by the cancer cells, sequenced the dog's cells, sequenced the tumor's cells, and of course those two things are different from each other. That's why the tumors are acting weird. And then figured out how to like wake the immune system up to these weird cells. So there's a physical difference in the tumor cells that the immune system theoretically could pick up on, and the mRNA vaccine is designed to sort of create some of those. To basically wake the immune system up to those differences, and then the immune system would go after it. And what they found is either, it turns out we're not entirely sure if this was in response to a drug that was given alongside the vaccine. It's called a checkpoint inhibitor, which in general wakes your immune system up to potential threats, or if it was both of those things in combination. But he was like a guy who did this on his own. He did the sequencing on his own, and he was like putting the information into various chatbots to try and figure out what the right sequence for the mRNA vaccine would be. But there's like so much that we don't know, and a lot of the way that the conversation went was like this was about something deeper, and that deeper thing is the way that pharmaceuticals work is broken, the sort of regulatory infrastructure is broken, and look, it's not great. It could definitely be better. But all of these little things that exist, all these things that stand in the way, were all created for reasons. And if you're going to get rid of them, you have to decide what to replace them with so that you're actually still solving the problems that we meant to solve, which the big one is don't give people medicines that hurt them more than they help them.
Right.
Which is really hard to figure out.
Which is really hard to figure out, and in humans, which is why we do things with, trials.
Yeah.
Many stages of them.
And there was like sort of this overall sense of, hey, it was so easy to cure this dog's cancer. And two things to that. Number one, this dog will die of this cancer. The cancer was paused. It shrank in many tumors, but some tumors stayed the same size, which is a problem with cancer. It's not all the same cells. They develop diversity as they grow, which is why metastasis is so bad. And so they're not homogeneous. And so one treatment can kill some cells and not all cells. And then all the cells that come back are then resistant to that treatment. Number two, this might just be like a dog cancer that's particularly easy to treat in particular ways.
It's mast cell cancer. It's very common in dogs. It's
but
a thing they get when they're older.
Right. Yes. And in humans, you might end up with certain cancers being really susceptible to immunotherapy, which we do find, and other cancers being entirely impervious to immunotherapy because they just like look different. Cancers, there's so many different kinds of cancer, and they are all different from each other.
Okay, so the thing about this that I also found fascinating, and I think your video did a really nice job of explaining this, which was like, there's one narrative that's like, dude cures dogs' cancer using AI. Hey, we should all do that.
Yeah.
And it just missed every single slice of nuance and science, and the fact that there are mRNA vaccines for pancreatic cancer, and
there's all this, like, all of this is like resting upon a huge amount of oncology that's only like 10, 20 years old.
Right.
You know, the fact that we can do sequencing this fast and this cheap, very, very new. Like, I was alive when the Human Genome Project was like a twinkle in Al Gore's eye or whatever.
So, what do you think this episode says about how people get and receive information on the internet in 2026?
I think it says the same thing that everything else on the internet says, which is that we think that we live in the attention age, you know? But like what that actually means is like one layer below that is when you're creating both when you're creating the content and when the content is being selected for, like whether or not you see it, if that's both the people creating that content, which includes me, or the algorithms deciding what to recommend, it all comes down to a fairly simple idea of salience, which is the word that we have for how easy is it to pay attention to something. And so, like, if a dash cam video comes on your screen and it holds your attention for 15 seconds because you know that there's going to be a car crash soon, because otherwise why would it be showing up on your screen? And, you know, who doesn't like watching a car crash, I guess? You're not necessarily going to feel proud about it later, but it's going to hold your attention, and so that's going to be the thing that comes up on your feed. And so in the same way, like, there are just things that are easier and harder to pay attention to. And one thing that makes something really easy to pay attention to is when it's, like, confirming all of your priors. It's saying, like, yeah, everything's messed up. It doesn't have to be this way. We could be healthy if it weren't for the nefarious forces in our way, whether those forces are bureaucratic, you know, piling on itself, or, like, deep, dark, nefarious big pharma companies hiding the cure for cancer. It's all, like, really, it comes down to like two things. One is like the visceral, which it can be like cute. Like cute is also visceral, or it can be like car crash videos. And the other thing is stories. And like, what stories do we believe? What stories do we immediately fall into and like want to know what's going to happen next? Which is like what, this is why true crime is so powerful, because it's both visceral and story. It's and like you get to be a part of that story in like a weird way, or you like self-insert into the story. You imagine how you would handle the situation, etc. And also it like tells you a story about how scary the world is, and of course fear is the ultimate salience engine when you feel that you may be under threat. But so is hope, you know, and I think that this also tapped into that.
So let's talk about the salience engine and storytelling platform on which you primarily exist, which is YouTube.
Exist is a strong word, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Fair enough. On the one hand, you can find anything on YouTube. You can fix your sink, you can learn about the Roman Empire, but also there's almost no oversight from an editorial standpoint on the platform, and pretty much anyone can say anything right or wrong. And I wonder, when you think about your work, your company, after all, which we will talk about, is complexly, right? Like, you don't want to squish down to the shortest version. How do you think about it?
I get criticized for this a fair amount, that I like, you're like, you don't have to make this so complicated, Hank. And I'm like, there's lots of other people who will give you the simple story. If you want that, go get it. But like, it's not, it never is. And like, maybe the simple story is important if you're like doing politics and you don't want to complexify, you want to like make a story that people will understand so that they will do the thing at the ballot box that is better for the world from your perspective. But that's not what I'm here for. And I remember thinking that YouTube and social media were going to be such clear goods and they were going to like bring people together, and they were going to help us understand each other better, and they're like, it was all going to be about, you know, if I was going to be able to understand the suffering of someone 20,000 miles away, that might not be on Earth as easily as someone, you know, my next door neighbor, then like that would be a good thing, right? But the that's not what happened. Like, it's really deeply super not what happened, and I think it's important to sort of like look at that. But the bigger thing is, it was really sort of like challenging to my identity, where I was like, I'm here trying to do this thing, and I've contributed a lot of my attention and efforts to making this thing succeed and big, and you know, bringing people like people follow me to new platforms, you know, and so I feel that conflict inside of me. But like, I feel like what I've kind of come to is, this isn't like smoking or non-smoking. You know, the internet isn't like, hey, you're going to come here and you're going to get poison injected into you, or you're going to go out into the world and not. It's like food, where like information can be good and food can be like, you need information and you need food, and yet some food is not good. And in fact, you might imagine like a particular kind of food that's like very easy to not, like very hard to ignore, and is always there in your mind, and it's like, I kind of imagine the sort of current state of internet information as if like it is there's just like a lot of Doritos, except that in order to eat a Dorito, all you had to do was look at it, and you never got full. And also there's a man in your pocket who's always got more Doritos. And he's just like, and he's sort of like, hey, you want a Dorito? Look right here, and you'll be eating them. I feel a little bit like that. I feel like
that must keep you up at night.
We are junk fooded. You know what? It doesn't.
Really?
No, the pain keeps me up at night.
Okay, fair.
No,
when you don't have shingles.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't keep me up at night because I don't feel like I'm making Doritos. I feel like I don't know that I'm making like you know, like the best superfoods ever, but like sometimes I am. Sometimes I really do like to make a superfood. I make a thing where I'm like, if you watch this video from start to finish, it's gonna be 20 minutes of your time, and you're gonna have like a much better understanding of how your world works, and that's just good. Like, that's just good work. Now, a lot of times I'm making stuff that's not quite like that, but I think that usually what I'm making is pro-social, and I watch a lot of people in my business make stuff that I think is specifically anti-social. I think that it is bad for the people who watch it. It makes them less successful humans, and I understand why they do it, and I don't think that they're evil. I just think that they are following their incentives. But I don't do that. Like, I really don't think I do. I think sometimes I like fall into it, especially like on a Twitter-like platform. I fall into being a jerk. I fall into the tropes of the platform, and I regret it later. Absolutely.
I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah.
I want to talk about what Complexly has just done. It's what I would call a reverse OpenAI.
Yeah, we did the reverse OpenAI.
You did the reverse OpenAI. You went from for-profit into a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, so many different reasons. John and I started Complexly with the goal, this is an educational media company, and the goal was to help people understand their world better, to lower barriers to understanding. And that there's a lot of different barriers to understanding. And part of it is like, you know, one way to lower a barrier is just like a really good explanation, like a really compelling video that holds your attention and teaches you things in a way that you hadn't heard before. But there's also like a bunch of like other like cost structures to education, and there's lots of educational media companies. Most of them are based on like selling the content and putting it behind paywalls of various kinds. And we really didn't want to do that, and we kept feeling the business pull to do things for not the people who are our actual customers, but to do things for the business case. So like, don't do so. Like,
Can you give me an example of that?
Yes, anybody who had, like, any normal educational media company that had Crash Course, which is a series of videos that is used in pretty much every high school in America, lots of colleges, definitely every school district in America. We've got that in. What would you do with that? Every person I ever said that to in the education industry said the same thing. Like some version of create a bunch of like additional products around it and put that behind a paywall and then use that as like the beginning of the paywall and then slowly start to only release content inside of the paywall. And that's the way to make $1 billion, no doubt. And like maybe that would be that money would then be the fuel to like take on the industry in some way. But there's no doubt in my mind that we would make more money while having less impact in that world. Like we would do less good while making more money, and that just seemed so obvious to me, and we kept not making choices like that. We kept saying no to advertisers who we didn't think were good partners to work with. We kept saying no to like certain sources of funding that we felt like would lead us into the wrong direction, and also weirdly we kept like not doing things because we thought it might be too close to that stuff, even if we thought it were good. Like, for example, we haven't done this, but here's an example. If we wanted to create a bunch of worksheets that went along with a crash course, but we couldn't justify the cost, we still felt like we couldn't do that. We still felt like we couldn't sell that product because it would be starting down the path of the dark side. And like eventually it wouldn't be me and John in charge. We'd have a new CEO. Maybe like we'd be financially distressed for some reason. Suddenly we'd have to sell the company off, and that would lead us into and like that would be like we'd already have been set off down this road. And it just seemed like we were so clearly making a bunch of choices, specifically not to let profit be the motivation, that it started to seem very silly that we weren't just formalizing this.
I don't know if the timing is accidental or if it just feels like some mantle being handed to you, but this is happening right as the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is, kind of under assault. They've closed their doors. Do you see what you're doing as filling that gap?
No. I don't think there is any filling that gap. I think that the way that'd be a little like saying if you had like if you had an NPR, is PBS filling that gap? Like they're different media, they're different distribution systems. There's a real loss there, but also that gap doesn't have to be open. Like, the gap left by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting obviously is open, but the content that funded can be funded and people are working very hard to get that content continue to be funded in other ways, to continue using those distribution systems, to continue to reach the people who need it. And so I think that like and also I just want to emphasize, way smaller than that. And I've had this question from a different angle, which is that, of course, the biggest harm done by the sort of Doge sensibility was USAID by many orders of magnitude. And John and I have also, helped raise $30 million to fund a hospital in Sierra Leone. And that might seem to some people like, because it might be just as attention grabbing in some ways, where it's like, oh, this like couple of brothers doing this great thing. And that seems like a big story. And I'm not diminishing the work that we did, or especially the work that Partners in Health has done to help make that hospital a reality. And it recently opened and babies are getting born there. Probably, I mean, literally, there's probably a baby being born there right now. There's like 15 babies a day are being born there. So I just like, I need people to understand the scale of the difference here. It's just like so much was lost. And like there isn't a way to fill that gap.
I'm a public media veteran. There's not. It's gone.
The wonderful thing about government is like we're pooling our resources so that like a very small percentage of what we are contributing can do amazing goods. And then just to like have the richest man in the world unplug that, it's like the greatest moral failing I could possibly imagine.
So let's talk a little bit about the future, right? So like whatever happens, in the next 5-10 years is probably not going to unwind that damage, right? I don't know if that's fixable. But let's say that our children or their children can or are trying. How do we get them to have the kind of critical thinking skills that are necessary to think through those problems in an age where literally my 5-year-old was like, Mommy, this thing says I can talk to an AI and it will be my friend. And I went like running into the other room and slammed the Gyoto closed. Off the table, actually.
Yeah.
Like, how do we do that part? Because you are in an environment that is now suddenly, overrun with a tremendous amount of AI. I worry about the atrophy of those critical thinking skills.
Yeah, it's super scary. I think that we... Like one of the crazy things about AI as it currently stands, especially in terms of like it being an engine of media. So when you're talking to a chatbot, it's creating media, right? It's only for you, so it's kind of hard to call it media because it's not mass broadcasted. But this is content that is being consumed, and if in aggregate, it is a kind of media now. The crazy thing about this is that like we are looking at that as if it is this like big new thing. Which obviously it is, but at the same time, like, it feels like we completely ignored the fact that, like, AI took over our brains 10 years ago. Like, what gets recommended to us? These are content recommendation algorithms. They're not like AI in terms like that. They're not an LLM, but they're AI. They're machine learning that are figuring out how to make you stay on a website. And that's really their only goal, is to get you to stay on the website and then theoretically also like come back to the website, so hopefully also make sure you have somewhat of a positive experience. Otherwise maybe you stay but then you never come back because actually you didn't want to just watch dashcam videos for 2 hours. So like we're there now, and that feels like deeply unexamined, even though like we're in the world that created now, and it's not a good one. It is worse. It is, and I know people, I will not even say the name of a platform because I'm getting too close here, but like I know people in this world who are like, oh, no, like is this what I have wrought? And they were working really hard the whole time to try and not have it go this way. But the incentives are just too strong. Like if you're trying to get people to keep watching something, you are going to incentivize a lot of outrage bait. You're gonna incentivize a lot of feelings of superiority. You're gonna incentivize simple stories. It's just the way that it's gonna be. And you're going to incentivize a story where, like, the new stuff is the pure, authentic stuff and the old stuff is actually bad and evil. And like, one of the strongest, most salient stories is, like, this powerful thing that you thought was good is actually evil, which is why we don't like vaccines anymore. And so like, it's almost unsurprising that we would have this giant media revolution and then also, like, a bunch of trust and expertise would fall apart. Oh, no, when did that ever happen? Except for every other media revolution that's ever happened. Not that I expected it, but in hindsight, it makes some sense. But you're right that the critical thinking part of it is really important.
How do you talk to your kid about this?
I mean, I try to have. I mean, so he's 9, so he's old enough to start to really be looking into this stuff.
Yeah.
I try to. And this feels like so, like, I don't know, this feels almost like tech bro. But, like, I try to talk about incentives. Like, why did that creator make those choices? It's almost like I'm bringing him into the family business, which I don't want to do, by the way. I hope that he becomes a civil engineer or something. And but the there's a reason why everything is the way that it is, and that goes double or triple or 10x for these very popular YouTube videos that you are watching. Like, they are structured this way for a reason. You're paying attention to it for a reason, and you should understand, like, what your brain is doing and what they are doing to your brain. And I think that, like, in terms of, like, how a thumbnail is structured, like I know all of this stuff, and so I can think and talk about it. But another thing, and this is great, so kids, I think that kids invented this term, brain rot.
Oh, I was going to ask you about brain rot, so here we are.
Yeah, and it's really powerful to be able to talk about brain rot with my son, because when we first started like talking about brain rot, when he was talking about brain rot, it was like the traditional brain rot of like AI sloppy ballerina cappuccina, like just like nothing, like just like, oh my god, I'm just staring at this, and there's nothing like wrong with it. You know, it's like Doritos, where it's fine to eat Doritos. Don't only eat Doritos.
Yay, Nildud.
Heartbeat, sparkle up! Control the beat! Perfect harmony! Amazing! That's right! Our next show's gonna be even more amazing! Sweet Draft, activate! Fantasy time!
要长高，下练功，发动那天飞镖，一杆下，但威武又可靠，食疗服一休息好比照妖，大发春人吃买无出道，会长之间相互躲引号，唯快不破无招胜有招，黑恶小小吃我一番拳脚疼，日夜勤修苦，不如围炉取材是杜甫生奥妙，待一招尝遍这万千的变化，柔和百味的大刀，要坚强光环操，心机成不吃不着，桌上零饮随便叫好，日啖100把烧，长处有诀窍，忙不修炼莫打扰，学习之入微宽有差色节，节奏节奏，饭后莫迟到，功课依然不可骄傲，一下坐坐上去下小羊，我是满好福毛，泡脚，心怀大志不落套，脚本为本真，他自我有我一手烹调。
Fantasy time! That's right! Our next show's gonna be even more amazing! Come watch us, okay? Are you ready? Delusion begins! Showtime! Yeah! Feel the love beat! Whee!
Nice song.
Next time will be 100 times better!
Since yesterday, Angels of Delusion has been slipping in the rankings, and a bunch of negative reviews popped up. I'm fine, but a certain crybaby's been really upset.
Manager, I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Hey, don't sweat it. Some setbacks were bound to happen during the competition. Let's just focus on finding solutions.
But the comments are all saying our performance isn't fresh enough, not engaging enough. Our dancing's off sync. It has to be because I didn't write the song well enough. Because I got the dance wrong. That's why this is happening.
Choreography. Isn't it choreography?
It's me. I'm dragging everyone down.
Arya mentioned our drop in the rankings, but none of this was happening last night before I went to bed. At least from what I could gather from the metrics, both the sudden ranking drop and the hate comments scream bot activity. It's got nothing to do with you, Suna.
Exactly. It's gotta be that. You believe Manager, right, Suna?
Really?
Of course. Instead of stressing over it here, let's just call the organizers. Maybe they can help.
I see. Let's cut to the chase. Time is Denny's. First, you're right regarding abnormal Star Wish points for some contestants. Certain accounts do show irregular patterns.
So...
But as the organizer, Tops can't disqualify contestants just because something seems off.
Alright, that's not what we're asking apparently. And hopefully.
As for the online commentary, unfortunately this happens every year. It's hard to call it malicious by the rules.
But, Mr. Miller, turning a blind eye to blatant cheating and these baseless accusations doesn't just hurt Angels of Delusion. It undermines everyone's trust in the competition. With that in mind, don't you think you should do something?
I hear you, Miss Manager. But allow me to remind you, if one chooses to step into the spotlight, they have to be ready for all kinds of attention, including the less than friendly kind. Let's be frank. Angels of Delusion's dancing and creative output also gave those critics ammunition, didn't they? My suggestion, don't waste your time fighting all those noises. Let your work do the talking. If it's solid, the chatter will die down on its own.
It won't. It just won't be as noticeable. Which is also good enough.
So, back to the more important question. How's your new song coming along?
Looks like he's not gonna help.
He sounded all helpful and objective, then dumped it right back on us. He just doesn't want to deal with it. What a corporate guy.
Ugh, looks like our luck's as lousy as ever. But he was right about one thing. If the only way to answer the haters is through our performance, then what we need to do isn't really that complicated. Compared to what we've been through before, this isn't too hard to handle.
Yeah, the real issue comes down to me not finishing the song yet. Sorry, I'm the one holding everyone back.
Huh? Wait, Suna, that's not what I meant.
This isn't just your problem, Suna. It's our first time entering this kind of competition. It's still new to us. We didn't think everything through. That's totally normal.
Yeah, let's work this out together. I'm sure we'll find a way. Like, as account manager, I'll go handle the account issue right now.
And about the new song, Nangung and I can pitch some ideas too.
Thanks, you guys. But since you're all helping so much, I really can't afford to stop now. I'll go back to the studio and keep working on the song. Once I get it done, everything should work out naturally, right? Oh wait, there's still today's live stream and dance rehearsals.
It's still early. The live stream stuff can wait. Hey, Suna, the weather's nice. How about we go watch a movie? Might just spark some inspiration.
No, it's fine. Let's just stick to the plan. I need to do the live stream first, then I'll go right back to songwriting and prep the arrangement. No matter what, I can't let my problems slow everyone down again. I can do this, I promise.
Doritos, but it's fine to eat Doritos. But one time I called something else he was watching brain rot, and he was like, that's not brain rot. But it was like, it's basically like techno music while marbles fall down, you know? Where to me, he's 9. He's not learning anything from techno music while marbles get distributed among different, and they're not even physical marbles. They're like 3D generated marbles. And so I called this brain rot, and he was like, no. And then I had a discussion where it was like, no, brain rot's anything where like you're watching it, and this is fine, but you're watching it because it just keeps your attention without giving you anything. And so when we watch a Veritasium video, that's not brain rot. Like, you get that that's different from marbles, right? And he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, so, like, to me, brain rot is Ballerina Cappuccina, but it's also techno music while marbles fall down. Like, you're not getting anything out of this. It's just holding your attention. That's what brain rot is. It is something designed only to hold your attention while, doing nothing else. Which is actually better than some things I've seen on YouTube, which is like things that are like actively doing destructive antisocial things, but it is brain rot, and he got that almost immediately, which was great. So now I can say like,
well,
okay,
there's the critical thinking skill.
Yeah, I could like I sit down with him and I'm like, okay, just one more brain rot, and we'll go to watch a SciShow or Kurt Skazat video or something.
So, how do we think about these platforms then, particularly now in a moment where they are not the platforms that they were of, 2010, 2016? The owners of these platforms, very close to the administration. In the case of TikTok, basically giving them a kickback. How do you navigate that tension?
I think the traditional answer to that question is competition. So if people start to realize...
That assumes a working antitrust system, but go ahead.
Well, it assumes a working antitrust system, but more than that, it also assumes like not an oligarchy. So you could imagine beyond antitrust that like monopolies are being enforced by the government, which happens. It's a thing that happens. It happens. It is almost an inevitable consequence of the centralization of power under an autocrat. So like it basically never doesn't happen, and it's very bad. It's very bad for the economy. It's very bad for everyone. And of course, media is a place where it happens usually even faster because they would like to have control over those things, so they enforce the monopoly, and also they can use that as a way to enforce speech. And so this is something that we should, I don't know, maybe look to our forefathers to see if they were concerned about that at all, and if maybe they passed some laws, or maybe we might call it an amendment, specifically saying that we shouldn't do that, and we shouldn't go out and sue a company for an unrelated reason because they did something else that we don't like. That should not just be illegal; it should be imagined as the corruption of the system that it is. But we are where we are, so
here we are.
These things are all leaning on each other, and it is in a way that is scary. But I don't think that should say, then thus we should not do any competition. The network effects are very strong. Like, I don't create off of YouTube very much because I create where I'm going to make money. I create where I'm going to make impact. I create where I'm going to get views. To jump over to Vimeo would be very silly, and I benefit a lot from the recommendation algorithm. I reach people who I wouldn't otherwise reach. But I'm interested in other models, which we've seen with smaller scale things. Dropout TV is an interesting example, where it's just this is a place where you go to watch a specific kind of comedy content. You've got Nebula, which is this is where you go when you want to watch a specific kind of educational content. You've got Curiosity Stream. I know I'm more inside of the educational world than other places, but RuPaul's Drag Race has their own over-the-top streaming service called WoW Presents, where you can just get Drag Race content. Yeah, so there's something there that's interesting to me. I don't think that it's going to look like what it looks like right now, but you could maybe see if the costs of developing software get a lot cheaper, which they seem to maybe be doing. You could maybe see a world where things like that pop up that are more sort of demographically specific, more for certain kinds of folks who want certain kinds of things, or just for people who you know, hell, like, are a little sick of the rest of it.
Well, is that something you hear from your audience?
I hear it from young people.
Oh, that's interesting.
And like we see that in the sort of time spent online, it started to go down for the first time ever, and it started to go down among young people before, in this, for clarity, from a very high peak. So, but it started to go down among like Gen Z before millennials and Gen X, but boomers are actually still going up. But in part because their market saturation was lower to start with. But that has happened. I think that the real hope, like, competition is a part of it. But like, you know, I remember Gen Z before millennials and Gen X, in this, for clarity, from a very high peak. So, but it started to go down among like Gen Z before millennials and Gen X, but boomers are actually still, and it started to go.
Oh, that's interesting.
And like we see that in the sort of time spent online, it started to go down for the first time ever, and it started to go down among young people before, in this, for clarity, from a very high peak. So, but it started to go down among like Gen Z before millennials and Gen X, but boomers are actually still going up. But in part because their market saturation was lower to start with. But that has happened. I think that the real hope, like, competition is a part of it. But like, you know, I remember when these companies first started to say, like, you know, we're not competing with Facebook and Instagram and Netflix, we're competing with like every moment of time people have. We're competing with like dinner parties. And I'm just like, I'm out, you guys. So that is the saddest sentence. But like we saw it happened, you know, like we are much less social than we used to be. And not that, and that trend also, for clarity, isn't just about social media. It predates social media. I remember. Do you remember Bowling Alone? You remember?
Yeah, of course.
When that happened? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But I do think that the real hope lies in like realizing that and be like, what if I went bowling? Which I do love, though I hurt my shoulder last time I did it.
It's Robert Putnam.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about cancer.
Okay.
So I think we're probably about the same distance out from our cancer experiences.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed at Christmas of 2023. I had lung cancer. I'm doing okay. Still on meds. Had surgery. First of all, how you doing?
I'm good. The shingles is not like an actual worry, but I don't need an actual worry to get worried. So I got shingles just before I was diagnosed the first time, and I'm like, but like I've looked into it. It doesn't seem like there's any real relationship between these things, specifically with the kind of cancer that I had or have technically. But I'm in remission. I've been in remission for heading on to 3 years now, and my cancer tends to have durable remissions.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Cancer does a lot of things to a person.
Sure.
I have found, and this may not be your experience, I have found that it's a little bit like suddenly there's this whole universe that you knew theoretically existed, but actually you like put your face under the water and you were snorkeling for the first time and there's an entire ocean of fish there.
That's great. Yeah.
It's gotten a little less every 6 months, but I wonder if it has changed how you think about the world or like how you want to leave the world.
Weirdly, so I'm writing a book about the biology of cancer right now, and I'm in expert reviews. It's probably going to come out like this time next year. So
this is very exciting. The Emperor of All Maladies is my favorite book. So
my gosh, it's like the Emperor of All Maladies, but like for dummies.
Great.
like one thing I know is I'm not going to win the Pulitzer Prize, but like I hope that it still helps some people.
Oh my gosh.
And so I've spent so much time immersed in the biology, but also in other people's stories, because of course I have a bunch of different case studies in there. That like the biggest change has been how I imagine my physical self. which is not really about legacy. It's not really about like priorities. It's like, I'm just 30 trillion cells.
Focus on the target.
Sure, no
Like
escape.
working together, and like what emerged from it is this.
Stay on offense.
And so that's like a little bit of a change in how I imagine myself. It's a big change in how I imagine biology, and also to some extent how I imagine how special we probably are. So in understanding how cancer develops and also doesn't, because once you start to understand how it works in a deeper way, it starts to be like, well, why isn't this happening all of the time? And the answer to that question is because if it did, then we wouldn't be able to pass our genes on. So we have created this extraordinary symphony of tools and tricks and traits that allow us to control cancer extremely effectively, even before we get into the human technology of it. And so our bodies are constantly regulating themselves. Like, it's just a bunch of cells saying to other cells, like, don't do this, don't do that. And it all adds up to, you know, like gymnasts and haberdashers. And then like somehow emerging from that is like also, you know, society, which is wild. But what it has made me feel is a kind of like optimism, or if not optimism, then just like a great deal of appreciation for how weird it is to be the thing that we are. It's so weird. It's so and like it's made me feel much more like we might be very unusual in the universe. I'm a science communicator, so this is a thing that people talk about a lot. And there's like lots of different like answers for whether like why we don't see other things like us when we look up into the sky. And I think that it might be because it's very hard to have happen, and you need 4 billion straight years of relative stability on a planet to like build little brick by little brick until you end up with something that is just ridiculously complex that has emerged. And also we're sort of like at the very beginning of the cultural story. It of course seems very long to us, but in terms of geological time, it's very fast. And in terms of, you know, mass media, the blink, less than a blink. And so like I just feel a little bit like we're babies. And it, like, weirdly it's strange to have this idea reinforced so hard by something as abstract or something as specific but separate as cancer. But what has really it has enforced to me in a weird way that like none of this should work, and the fact that it is working is an absolute delight and makes me feel really lucky to get to be a part of it in any kind of conscious way. And also, like, when we make mistakes, I'm like, yeah, obviously, why wouldn't we?
Doesn't it also make you furious to like the level of every molecule in your body that people are trying to take apart the systems that can keep us alive, can make a drug that attacks my cancer, etc.?
Yeah. I don't think that it's fair at all. I think we are idiots. I don't think that, like, we're also, like, we think that we're all individuals, which is adorable. You know, like, I think that I have my, like, of course, we have our agency and we will do what we will with it. But like, I don't have my perspectives because of, you know, the strength of my will. I have it because of who I was raised by. I have it because of, like, what I encountered. I have it because of the, like, world that I inhabited and who my people were and the places that I went and how I, like, who like, where I went to school, etc. And so, like, when I look at these people, I also feel a kind of sadness where I'm like, you just are searching so hard for meaning. You feel abandoned by something. You've been exploited by hucksters. And then I also feel like a sadness for the hucksters, where I'm like, you
dares get between me and Lord Satan?
It just seems so obvious to me that, like, you want to be a hero. And like, that's so important to you that you will believe any story that lets it be true. And like, that's sad. It's sad. And like, the damage that you are doing inside of your like weird fantasy, from the perspective of your weird fantasy. And even like when anybody gets a little bit deep into the sort of this is something that bothers me about cancer discourse, is people talk a lot about people who deny chemotherapy. And they mostly just don't. Like, this doesn't actually happen very much. It's a big story when it does. It's a big deal when it happens. It's obviously, like, it can be disastrous for a person. But when you look at the situations where people deny chemotherapy, it's almost always in one of two situations. One, they're terminal and they're very depressed. And so
chemo sucks.
And chemo sucks. And they're scared. And they're like missing the opportunity to extend their life. But they're going to die of that cancer. And like, that's a ridiculous choice, but it's not like somebody like people who get diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, when the doctor says to them, we have a good chance of curing you, you're probably like 90% chance you'll be fine in 2 years. Nobody says no to that. And then the other situation people say no is when it's adjuvant, so you get a surgery and they say, well, without chemo you have a 50% chance of relapse. With chemo you have a 30% chance of relapse, and then they like convince themselves that they can, juice cleanse themselves into a similar result. This isn't the only way that it happens. There are people who truly do make disastrous decisions. But I think that when we start to look at the decisions that people make, the hucksters aren't winning. It's weird. Like, we think that because RFK Jr. got to be the director of Health and Human Service, that like we lost the battle, but like he can't get anything done because no one actually likes his ideas except for the part where it's like you should eat better and exercise more. Like, everybody's on board for that. And he pretends like nobody's ever said that before. And the doctors are always like, no, don't eat better, don't exercise. When everyone always complains about how their doctors are telling them they should eat better and exercise more.
I mean, yes, but also there is like a real effect on vaccine hesitancy.
So it has increased a lot. The measles outbreaks are real. Yeah. What we will see, I have pretty strong confidence, and this is a terrible price to pay, it's that kids will die, and then we'll get back on track. Like, it's already happened. Kids are already dying. And then people get freaked out. And, like, some people dig their heels in. But a lot of people, like, their heels were never really dug in. They were just a little bit heaved off by the whole thing. But we just forgot how bad measles was. And that's very human to me, that we would forget how bad measles is. I want to give us grace. I also want to, like, harness the fury, which I have. But I don't want to harness the fury into the face of the vaccine denier. Like, I don't want to have a big fight. And I especially don't want to have a big fight with some mom who's scared and who doesn't know much.
Well, and every piece of evidence says that actually the way to bring someone along is to listen to them and talk to them.
Which is very hard to do, and is best done in community rather than from a YouTuber.
So you have been very generous with your time, and I want to wrap this up. And there's this like inchoate thing that's bubbling around in my brain. You and your brother are both earnest and thoughtful, and take hard stuff and talk about it. You also started by talking to each other, which I think is a thing that men do not do a lot. Certainly not in our society.
Yeah.
And I wonder where you think you and your brother might fit in some sort of
to deal with you individually. Apologies.
Aspirational avatar of masculinity. You're raising a kid.
Yeah.
We're in a time where masculinity has become this very like thing. What does healthy masculinity look like to you?
I think that the reason John and I talk at all is because we have a project together. And I don't think that we have we have a project together in part because we wish we would talk to each other more. That's at least, but that is as much like the outward-facing story version of it as it is like actual truth. I don't know if it's actual truth. I think in part it really is the project. Like when I think about how to hang out with a guy friend, I don't know if this is cultural, but I don't think that it matters. I want to say, like, hey, I need some help with this. Can you come over and help me? Or, hey, the Seahawks are playing and I have too many beers. Can you come over?
This is what child psychologists would call parallel play, by the way.
Yeah, I know. And I don't know if it's like a thing about men or if it's a thing about our men right now in this point in history. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Like, the fact that it might be cultural is completely irrelevant to me because we are extremely cultural beings. But like, I don't want a bunch of people telling me the right way to hang out with friends. Because as long as I'm hanging out with friends, like, I do need you to say you shouldn't be alone all of the time, which I will absolutely do sometimes because I'm so work obsessed. But I do need to be like given tools, and I think that men need to be given tools to like understand how to hang out, which is wild, but I think real. And I don't want to be like lectured about how I'm bad at it. I always want to like see examples of people doing it well, and so I also kind of want to like just show examples of people doing it well. And I really don't want everybody being like, "Oh, those two guys made a podcast together." I'm like, "Yeah, because they wanted to hang out. They wanted a project together. They wanted to hang out. Don't give them a hard time about making a podcast. Jesus Christ! Are we talking about the male loneliness epidemic, or are we making men feel bad about hanging out? Like, which of those things are we doing right now? Like, can you not see what we're doing? We're trying to have a project together so we can hang out." We're trying to like, oh, we're gonna like do homebrew. Oh, those guys are always like doing projects. And now just like, let us make beer in the garage.
So you can't just be like, hey, how was your day? It sucked. It's more like, no, let's go make beer in the garage.
Yeah. And then people be like, what do you even know? Like, what is going on with your friend? And it's like, yeah, a little bit. But like, mostly we're making beer in the garage. I just like, I don't think we're broken. I think that people want to apologize really quickly.
Yeah.
And I don't know that.
But I think that comes from a place of things being like under-examined.
There are things that are under-examined, but also there's things that are sort of like, we should understand things inside of like spectrums of harm, and like what Andrew Tate is doing is very different from two men starting a podcast together. Yeah, I mean, things are under-examined. We are scared of vulnerability. That is a byproduct of the patriarchy. It's a byproduct of some toxic parts of masculinity. But also, I think that like we gotta like go from where we are. And I honestly don't know if this is cultural or if it's kind of innate. But again, I don't think that we should let that matter. I think that we should figure out the ways to build structures that allow guys to do guy stuff together in a way that builds bonds where they'll be there when needed. It's hard. It's hard, we like people go through really like I'm at the stage of like people going through like nasty stuff. It's hard. There are really hard things that we go through, and so it's
middle age is tough.
It's tough. Suddenly all the tough stuff starts to happen. I mean, it happens younger too for the unlucky, but for all of us, it comes eventually.
Hank Green, thank you so much. It was a delight to talk to you.
Александр, что за митинги планируются 29 марта? Кто их организовывает? Стоит ли идти? За последние несколько дней я получил штук 30 писем с такими вопросами, а может и больше. И это неудивительно. В ТикТоке появилось огромное количество видео с призывами выходить 29 марта на митинги против блокировок в интернете. Потом эта волна переходилась в другие соцсети, в Телеграм и в СМИ. Про организаторов особо ничего не известно. Большинство из них действует анонимно. Кто-то считает их провокаторами, кто-то юными борцами за права россиян. Их основной организатор, который подавал заявки на митинги, связался со мной, и мы поговорили. Но обо всем по порядку. Давайте разбираться. 13 марта в Телеграме появился чат «Митинг 29.03». Вскоре в названии появился «Алый лебедь». На следующий день возник одноименный Телеграм-канал. В первом сообщении были заявлены цели. Цитата. «Данный информационный ресурс является официальным источником сведений о планируемом массовом мероприятии. Исчерпывающая информация о регламенте и деталях проведения будет опубликована в ближайшее время». На момент записи этого видео в канале состоит чуть больше 5000 участников. В чате около 6500. При этом число участников чата довольно быстро меняется, вероятно, чистят ботов. О чем пишут организаторы? В первую очередь они акцентируют внимание на том, что ни к чему незаконному они не призывают. Цель — согласовать митинг за сохранение открытого информационного пространства. Подкрепляют они свое намерение 29-й статьей Конституции о свободе мысли и слова и 31-й статьей Конституции о праве на мирные собрания. В канале указано, что организаторы подали 2 заявки на проведение публичных мероприятий в Москве и в Петербурге. В Москве митинг хотели провести на Болотной площади, потом подали заявку на проспект Сахарова. Ответа от местных властей пока нет. Отдельный пост на канале посвящен тому, что никаких законных оснований для запрета проведения митинга не существует. Но если запрет все-таки будет, организаторы не станут собирать людей на большую акцию. Рассматривают вариант встречи с депутатом и выход на площадь Ленина в Петербурге. По закону там можно провести мероприятие без дополнительных согласований, если численность до 500 человек. Правда, в Питере до сих пор действуют антиковидные меры. На них ссылаются каждый раз, когда нужно запретить какое-нибудь мероприятие. Также администраторы «Алого лебедя» настаивают на том, что все они являются гражданами России, не имеют отношения ни к каким политическим партиям или движениям, не выступают против действий власти или СВО, не связаны с иностранными агентами, террористами и экстремистами. Цитата. «Мы подчеркиваем, что мероприятие не ставит целью дестабилизацию обстановки, оскорбление органов власти или участников специальной военной операции. Наша приоритетная задача – защита конституционных прав в атмосфере взаимного уважения». В чате «Алого лебедя», а также в других каналах и аккаунтах довольно быстро начали появляться призывы к насилию. Расплодились двойники, аккаунты с такой же символикой и названием. Кто-то выкладывал рецепты коктейля Молотова, кто-то просто призывал брать с собой перцовые баллончики, оружие или предметы, которые можно в таком качестве использовать. Администраторы канала «Алый лебедь» настаивают на том, что все предлагающие подобное не имеют отношения к организаторам акции. Чат почистили и призывы к насилию удалили. Плюс добавили бота для модерации. Правда, в ночь на 22 марта бот удалили неизвестно. В общем, звучит все достаточно прилично. Что же настораживает? Во-первых, до недавнего времени практически что все они являются гражданами России, не имеют отношения ни к каким политическим партиям или СВО, не связаны с иностранными агентами, террористами и экстремистами. Цитата. «Мы подчеркиваем, что мероприятие не ставит целью дестабилизацию обстановки, оскорбление органов власти или участников специальной военной операции. Наша приоритетная задача – защита конституционных прав в атмосфере взаимного уважения». В чате «Алого лебедя», а также в других каналах и аккаунтах довольно быстро начали появляться призывы к насилию. Расплодились двойники, аккаунты с такой же символикой и названием. Кто-то выкладывал рецепты коктейля Молотова, кто-то просто призывал брать с собой перцовые баллончики, оружие или предметы, которые можно в таком качестве использовать. Администраторы канала «Алый лебедь» настаивают на том, что все предлагающие подобное не имеют отношения к организаторам акции. Чат почистили и призывы к насилию удалили. Плюс добавили бота для модерации. Правда, в ночь на 22 марта бот удалили неизвестные. В общем, звучит все достаточно прилично. Что же настораживает? Во-первых, до недавнего времени практически полная анонимность. Про организаторов этого мероприятия буквально ничего не известно. В канале это объясняют обеспечением личной безопасности. Но несколько дней назад они предали гласности пару имен. Но это все равно практически не добавляет информации. Мы привыкли, что к участию в митингах нас призывают политики разного уровня известности и всякие медийные личности. А про этих ребят никто ничего не знает. Во-вторых, сама по себе волна призывов к протестным акциям. На дворе 26-й год. От протестной активности остались одни воспоминания. Кажется, последним массовым собранием оппозиции были похороны Алексея Навального 2 года назад. И то, там до последнего не было известно, станут ли задерживать участников процессии или нет. В итоге не стали. И слава богу. А тут масштабная кампания, причем основной упор делается на ТикТок, где во многом сидят дети и подростки. В-третьих, существует разнонаправленность этих призывов. Помимо основного канала «Алый лебедь», модераторы которого называют себя организаторами митингов, на акцию зовут и многие другие аккаунты. Есть двойники лебедя, которые используют ту же символику. Есть анонимные аккаунты с кучей сгенерированных с помощью нейросетей видосов. Есть предложение 29-го в 15 часов выйти на площадь поискать кошечку. Или потерянный кошелек, например. И эти ролики собирают сотни тысяч просмотров и десятки тысяч лайков.
Маленькие трусливые шакалы!
Пусть все горит, пусть все горит.
Когда ты чувствуешь, что тебя давят!
Пусть все горит, пусть все горит.
Понятно, что таким образом люди шифруют выход на улицы. В Беларуси 2020 года, похоже, мемом стало «выходи гулять». Каста даже посвятила этому отличный клип.
Выходи гулять со мной. Выходи гулять со мной. Выходи гулять со мной.
Идею просто прогулки в определенную дату также активно использовал Алексей Навальный еще до своего отравления и ареста.
Провокации не поддаваться, поливалка, хреновалка, нам все равно. Пусть что угодно сюда завозят, мы просто гуляем.
А сейчас прервемся на небольшую рекламную интеграцию. Посмотрите ее, пожалуйста. Реклама позволяет делать мне больше хороших видеороликов. Вам нужен VPN. Смиритесь с этим. Бесплатные VPN гораздо лучше, чем отсутствие VPN, но все еще не являются хорошим постоянным решением. Скорость зачастую низ. С проблемой анонимности постаралась разобраться Верстка. Они выпустили большой материал, посвященный загадочному Алому Лебедю и его модераторам. Из самого канала стало известно, что одним из организаторов является Степа Гордейкин, он же Степан Сергеевич Разин. Степе 20 лет, он увлекается футболом и аниме. Также, по данным Верстки, среди организаторов есть несовершеннолетние. Сам Алый Лебедь это отрицает. Один из этих несовершеннолетних участвовал в мероприятиях от Молодой гвардии «Единой России». Он же состоит в группе «Молодежь ЛДПР» и сотрудничает с партией «Новые люди». Короче, явно за любой движ, кроме голодовки. Другой организатор в своем ТГ-канале генерирует картинки, как обнимается с Путиным и выступает в Думе. Также он состоит в телеграм-группе «Молодежь ЛДПР». Вообще, судя по имеющейся информации, организацией митинга занимаются очень молодые люди. Всем, кого смогла идентифицировать Верстка, от 14 до 20 лет. 19 марта Степана вызвали в прокуратуру Москвы для беседы и вручения предупреждения о недопустимости нарушений закона. Ранее сотрудниками правоохранительных органов пришлось пообщаться волонтерке Софии Чепик. Видео с ней разошлось по СМИ и телеграм-каналам.
Насколько это по времени примерно?
А «Осторожно, новости» смогли пообщаться с матерью Чепик. Вот что она сказала, цитата. «Задержали, потому что у нас в стране нельзя участвовать в несанкционированных митингах. Сейчас все хорошо. Наверное, был контроль деятельности граждан нашими структурами. Дома задержали. Просто беседа была. Все по-доброму». Всего на профилактические беседы в районную прокуратуру вызвали 6 участников «Алого Лебедя». Но кроме Степана Разина и Софии Чепик никакие имена не раскрываются. Вообще, стремление ребят к анонимности можно понять. Очень быстро они столкнулись с траплей и угрозами. Зет-блогер Владислав Поздняков опубликовал личную информацию Софии. Как пишет Алый Лебедь, цитата, «результатом этого беспрецедентного давления стала экстренная госпитализация девушки». Подробностей не приводятся. Сообщают только, что жизни Софии ничего не угрожает, и организаторы поддерживают связь с ней и ее родителями. Другой анонимный участник рассказал Верстке, что он начал получать сообщения и звонки с угрозами. Он переслал изданию сообщение, в котором, цитата, «неизвестный предлагает записать видео с открытым лицом, как факт того, что вы не причастны и делаете это на благо России». В конце организатору митинга предлагалось сказать «Слава России» и «Ахмат Сила». В результате молодой человек вышел из чата и перестал быть организатором. Верстка сообщает об угрозах и другим модераторам. В ночь на 22 марта канал взломали. Туда выложили обращение от Позднякова. Он обвиняет Алый Лебедь в работе на Украину и ФБК. К утру пост уже удалили. Пользуясь возможностью, напоминаю, что Поздняков, который сейчас всех обвиняет в работе на Украину, раньше сам был радикальным русофобом.
bad idea. Whatever.
Даже праздновал 2 мая День одесского шашлыка, то есть праздновал сожжение в Одесском доме профсоюзов пророссийских активистов.
С днем одесского шашлыка, пишет Скобелев. Да, тебя тоже поздравляю. Сегодня день, когда ровно 6 лет назад ватникам дали как следует просраться в Одессе, вот. И слава богу, потому что если бы это не случилось, то сейчас бы в Одессе было бы как на Донбассе.
Публичным наездом присоединилась и Екатерина Мизулина. Куда ж без нее? В ее канале появились скриншоты одного из двойников Алого Лебедя, как раз с призывами к насильственным действиям. Не разбираясь, кто есть кто, Мизулина назвала подготовку митинга провокацией с территории Украины. Цитата. «Мало им своего кровавого Майдана, теперь к нам полезли. Причем бойню, это цитата из их ресурсов, цинично хотят устроить руками молодежи, что для них уже давно стало нормой. Под видом мирного митинга провокаторы хотят развернуть настоящую кровавую смуту». Канал Алый Лебедь опубликовал пост с обращением к Мизулиной и просьбой опровергнуть недостоверную информацию. Но на момент записи этого видео Екатерина ничего не удаляла и не опровергала, и вряд ли собирается. Так что, пользуясь возможностью, хочу сказать, что я тоже нашел канал Екатерины Мизулиной и обнаружил, что она призывает всех россиян в качестве акции протеста против блокировок Телеграма лизать Байкал. Как говорится, это правда, я проверил. В свойственной ему стилистике отреагировал на готовящиеся митинги и Соловьев.
Вот сейчас хохлы разгоняют тему, мы выходите, там что-то искать. Но это даст нам возможность пересчитать всех потенциальных террористов и их принять. И неважно, сколько их будет. Потому что если ими манипулируют на то, чтобы они вышли с каким-то типа протестом, значит, их будут также манипулировать на то, чтобы они доставили взрывчатку, чтобы бросили бутылку Молотова. То есть нам показывают как раз ту аудиторию, которые пока еще скрыты, но у нас будет возможность каждого из них переписать и каждого задать.
В соцсетях на сообщения о предстоящем митинге отреагировали активно и разнообразно. Надо сказать, что это самое, что ни на есть зумерская политическая дискуссия. Так что не смейтесь. Лет через 30 это они будут над вами смеяться, что вы своего Штефанова горизонтально смотрите дольше 2 минут и без сабвейсерфа на фоне.
Это подстава. Не выходите 29 марта на Болотную площадь. Неизвестные нам политические силы распространяют в соцсетях призыв выйти на какую-то не очень организованную акцию на Болотную площадь, якобы против блокировки мессенджеров и соцсетей. Наш опыт показывает, что подобные акции являются лишь провокацией, поводом устроить такой своеобразный внутриполитический коллапс и поводом просто задержать, арестовать участников данных мероприятий.
Как же пройдет митинг 29 марта? Вся моя лента в ТикТоке сейчас в этом, и я не могла не посмотреть этот вопрос на Таро. Сейчас я расскажу, что у меня там получилось. На мое удивление, все будет достаточно спокойно. То есть я не вижу тут какого-то жесткого конфликта, вот прям агрессии. Скорее будет много разговоров и попытки просто спокойно донести позицию.
А прикиньте, школьники замутят реально переворот в России. Вот весь было, стоило отключить интернет, и все, школьники сошли с ума.
Не только подростки и загадочный Алый Лебедь захотели провести митинг против блокировок. Заявки в разных регионах подавала партия «Яблоко». На часть из них уже ответили отказом. Теперь пытаются согласовать мероприятие в Татарстане. В своем телеграм-канале анонсировал мероприятие по всей стране бывший глава штаба Бориса Надеждина Дмитрий Кисиев. Информацию об этом также активно распространяет и сам Надеждин, и его штабы. Выбор даты не случайен. Он отсылает к 29-й статье Конституции. Для желающих стать организатором митинга в своем регионе Кисиев выложил пошаговую инструкцию. По его словам, заявки на мероприятие были поданы в 28 городах 17 регионов. При этом Кисиев подчеркнул, что с Алым Лебедем его акции никак не связаны, хотя он готов к диалогу с его представителями. Цитата. «По имеющейся информации, среди участников есть молодые люди, действующие исходя из своих убеждений. Мы уже видим случаи задержаний и профилактических бесед. Например, Софии Чепик, имея соцсетей. Это не похоже на сложную конструкцию, где задержание используется для формирования образа лидеров. Правоохранительные органы не такие умные, чтобы реализовывать подобные схемы. Это скорее говорит о стихийности и неоформленности. Они только начинают свой путь и учатся в процессе». Андрей Нечаев, глава закрытой ныне партии «Гражданская инициатива», самой саму идею митингов тоже поддержал и призвал подавать уведомления об их проведении. А вот Екатерина Дунцова считает анонимные призывы в ТикТоке провокацией. Она сомневается в добросовестности тех, кто зовет людей на несогласованные мероприятия.
Мы, конечно, как партия «Рассвет» абсолютно не поддерживаем, и всех своих сторонников я призываю в этот день оставаться дома. И если вы, конечно, попытались подать куда-то заявку, то нужно очень осторожно относиться вообще как к этим призывам. Я думаю, что все люди, которые так или иначе будут иметь отношение к этой акции, будут под более жестким контролем, чем даже оппозиционные партии вроде нашей.
Партия «Рассвет» Екатерины Дунцовой тоже пыталась организовать акцию в Перми 15 марта. Местные власти сначала согласовали мероприятие, но в последний момент запретили его. Не в первый раз, кстати. Кажется, в Перми это теперь устоявшаяся традиция. На момент записи видео несколько акций все-таки согласовали. 2 в одном месте. Во Владимире, в Центральном парке, в среду, 1 апреля, в половину 10 утра. Почему такое неудобное время? Потому что, как утверждают местные власти, все удобные площадки, удобное для людей время будут заняты. Заняты они будут преимущественно, цитата, уборкой территории механизированными средствами. Понятно, что на самом деле Владимир просто слишком близок к Москве, и власти боятся, что москвичи поедут протестовать в соседний город. Еще одно мероприятие разрешили провести на окраине Якутска в понедельник, 30 марта. В Пензе разрешили 29 марта выйти к Комсомольскому парку с 13 до 15:00. Но мы помним, какой тактики придерживаются местные власти. Могут запретить в последний момент. И вот тут, кажется, самое время вернуться к организаторам всей этой движухи. В начале ролика я сказал, что один из них со мной связался. Мы пообщались со Степаном Разиным. Сейчас он один из основных организаторов. Давайте о том, что удалось выяснить. Судя по всему, началось все с группы молодых и инициативных людей в ТикТоке, которых искренне возмутили блокировки в интернете. Они собрались в группу, почитали законы и решили провести митинг, чтобы заявить о своей позиции. Буквально сделать все так, как написано в Конституции, ну и в федеральном законе. Никакого бунта против власти, никаких беспорядков, все честно и мирно. Дальше все вышло из-под контроля. С одной стороны, призывы выходить на митинг завирусились среди молодежи, и в эту волну влились в том числе довольно радикальные агитаторы. Не удивлюсь, если про коктейли Молотова, ножи и пистолеты пишут всякие мрачноватые подростки, чувствующие себя Базаровыми и Раскольниковыми. Но также не удивлюсь, если пишут это сотрудники Центра Э. С другой стороны, провластные силы на этих ребят моментально набросились, как бросаются вообще на что угодно протестное. С третьей стороны, к ним еще и оппозиция отнеслась с подозрением. Короче, к такому Алый Лебедь был явно не готов. Сложно сказать, есть ли среди организаторов ФСБшники или провокаторы. Существует версия, что с самого начала их собирал в группу кто-то с Лубянки. Вспомним дело Нового Величия. Но мне эта версия не кажется вероятной, хотя не исключаю, что к ним могли представить кого-то на более позднем этапе, потому что организаторов, модераторов в чате 20 штук. И было бы даже немного удивительно, если бы среди этой 20-ки не оказалось агента спецслужб. Но ничего точного мы про это сейчас не знаем. Само движение мне показалось вполне искренним. Думаю, мы сейчас наблюдаем новое поколение политактивистов. Они родились при Путине, выросли при войне. Многие вещи, которые нам кажутся катастрофой, они воспринимают как данность. Они не застали Болотную, не застали антикоррупционные протесты и митинги за честные выборы. Не застали Немцова и Навального. Их волнует не какая-то глобальная несправедливость, а посягательство власти на их интересы. Им не нравится цензура в книгах, музыке, играх и фильмах. Им не нравятся блокировки и проблемы с интернетом. Судя по видео в ТикТоке, это не бунт в стиле «верните нашу свободу». Это недоумение. Зачем вы делаете эту бесполезную и неудобную ерунду? Зачем вы нам портите жизнь? Мы против. И вот эти молодые люди решили организовать митинг, потому что в законе ведь написано, что можно. А если запретят, то надо обжаловать, потому что ведь закон. Никаким нарушением, по словам Степана, они по-прежнему призывать не собираются. Если митинги не согласуют, они попробуют выйти в гайд-парк или организовать встречи с депутатами. Но только если это будет законно. Если здесь ничего не выйдет, то никого звать на улице они не станут. Организаторы, может, и не станут, но мы уже выяснили, что идея митингов нашла в соцсетях очень много сторонников. Поэтому отдельно проговорим, с чем столкнутся желающие участвовать в уличных протестах. Действительно, большинство акций в последние годы заканчивались разгонами и задержаниями. Даже одиночные пикеты перестали быть безопасной формой протеста.
Я просто хотела спросить, как вы думаете, если здесь просто сказать 2 слова, меня за это сейчас арестуют или нет?
Вас уже задерживают. С ума сойти. С ума сойти. Вы это видели, нет?
Вы снимаете только оппозиционеров, да?
Всех снимаем, всех снимаем.
Снимаете. Ну, а вот у кого есть другое мнение, вы тоже их снимаете?
Конечно, всех снимаем.
Ну, а тех, кто, например, не выходит на митинги и кто считает, что военная операция, которую развернула наша страна, вы таких снимаете?
Да, мы все мнения показываем.
Ну, вот я тоже хочу высказать тогда свое мнение.
Скажите.
Меня устраивает то, что...
Нет, были, конечно, относительно спокойные мероприятия, но их можно разделить на две категории. Первая — это маленькие акции где-то на окраине, повестка которых не связана с политикой. Например, митинг против роста утильсбора во Владивостоке в октябре прошлого года. Вторая — когда власти не могут определиться, что для них будет хуже — разогнать митинг или дать уже недовольным высказаться. Тут хороший пример — это протесты жен мобилизованных. Вроде бы этих гражданок нужно всячески поддерживать. Их мужья вообще-то за родину воюют. Но в то же время многовато они себе позволяют. В результате в отдельных регионах женщин жестко разгоняли, кого-то задерживали. Ну, хотя бы уголовные дела не заводили. Правда, объявили иноагентами Ольгу Цуканову и созданный ею Совет жен и матерей. Чаще всего митинги просто не разрешают проводить. Причем не стесняются даже самых абсурдных предлогов. Ковидные ограничения — это так, цветочки. Во Владивостоке ремонтируют площади и сцены. В Новосибирске проводят обследование деревни. В многострадальной Перми как-то раз поводом стала потенциальная коммунальная авария. То есть да, аварии нет, но может ведь случиться. Поэтому не нужно собираться. В Хабаровске парк якобы закрыли для работы на инженерных сетях. Причем закрыли только для протестующих. Вход остался открытым. Люди спокойно гуляли, техники не было. В Барнауле КПРФ не согласовали митинг против политических репрессий и блокировок интернета. Знаете почему? Потому что в России нет политических репрессий и блокировок интернета. Ну а если говорить об протестных акциях в целом, а не только об акциях про ограничение интернета, то надо сказать, что в Краснодаре, например, 26 раз запрещали акцию против строительства храма на Рождественской набережной. Причина — якобы кто-то другой уже подал заявку на проведение своего мероприятия в это же время, в этом же месте. И так случилось 26 раз. Короче, представить сейчас политическую акцию, на которую люди просто придут, выразят свое мнение и спокойно разойдутся, достаточно сложно. А протест против блокировок — это именно политическое высказывание. Разумеется, я не могу призывать людей в текущих условиях выходить на несогласованную акцию протеста, особенно учитывая, что сами организаторы много сил тратят на то, чтобы таких призывов не допустить. Мне кажется, что все это превратится в классический неудачный митинг с 5 ОМОНовцами на одного протестующего. Скорее всего, те молодые люди, кто решат выйти без согласования, получат штрафы или сутки. Обычно задерживают от каждого 10-го до каждого 5-го протестующего. В целом можно сказать, что это случайность, как повезет. Но сюда нужно добавить, что парней задерживают в разы чаще. Также нужно добавить, что на эту акцию, с учетом специфики ее организации, скорее всего, выйдет очень немного людей. Миллионы просмотров в ТикТоке и информационный шум — это здорово. Но в канал организаторов вступило всего несколько тысяч человек. До акции неделя. Конкретного плана действий ни у кого нет. Что это будет? Может, митинг на Сахарова, может, встреча с депутатом, может, встреча в гайд-парке. Непонятно. В таких условиях неопределенности люди на акции не выходят. Если вы вдруг по какой-то причине захотели прийти на место проведения такой импровизированной акции, не знаю, код потерялся или кошелек хотите найти, пожалуйста, заранее ознакомьтесь с инструкциями от правозащитников. История всей этой акции примечательна не тем, что на нее выйдет большое число людей, и они остановят блокировки в интернете. Этого не случится. Примечательна она тем, что группа зумеров в ТикТоке на полуприколе расфорсили политическую акцию, которую сейчас обсуждают по всей стране. Их уровень организации минимален. Пара нейронных картинок и тренды в ТикТоке. Но запрос в обществе на возможность сказать «нет» блокировкам настолько велик, что даже таких минимальных действий хватает, чтобы поставить всех на уши. Что же случится, если возникнет возможность нормально...
The blade knows my heart.
нормально организовать акцию протеста. Как-то так. Спасибо, что досмотрели это видео до конца. Если вы хотите поддержать выход подобных работ, то можете подписаться на Patreon или Tribute. Там регулярно выходят эксклюзивные ролики для моих жертвователей. Также подписывайтесь на мой телеграм-канал. Там я сам пишу все посты, комментирую новости, пишу об истории, а иногда просто дурак. Пишите комментарии к видео, я большинство комментариев читаю, на многие отвечаю. Ну и не забывайте подписываться на канал и ставить лайк, если ролик вам понравился. Это поможет распространить его среди других людей. Как-то так.
You can leave the fighting to me.
Frozen spirits, countless swords in harmony. Split the heavens. My blade turns evil.
Here comes bubblegum. I choose you, bubblegum.
Collect this sword array. Send you away.
This is necessary for the good.
Icy edge. Radiant cloud. The sword's tomb.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Кирилл Мартынов. Я принес ужасные новости. Главная новость в России уже вторую неделю, помимо отключения интернета, про который мы подробно говорили в прошлый раз, это, конечно, очень странная ситуация с принудительным забоем скота, сельскохозяйственных животных в селах Новосибирской области, и постепенно эти практики разрастаются за пределы Новосибирской области. Мелкие фермеры жалуются, что к ним приходят непонятные люди, непонятно чем аргументируют свои действия, и здоровых с виду животных принудительно тащат на убой, компенсируют все это совершенно не по рыночным ценам. Огромная проблема. Есть множество выступлений местных жителей, которые записывают видеообращения, которые начали вести какие-то видеоблоги по этому поводу. Есть такая линия, которая, мне кажется, очень показательной, и она, возможно, является, по крайней мере, частично ключом к той ситуации, почему вообще так происходит. Некоторые местные жители сравнивают ситуацию с коллективизацией, потому что во время создания сталинских колхозов у людей принудительно отбирали их скот, отправляли его в колхозы, некоторые люди пытались от него как-то избавиться, чтобы он государству не достался. Плюс еще в Сибири, это я знаю по истории своей собственной семьи, как раз живут в том числе потомки людей, которые были коллективизированы и депортированы в ходе коллективизации куда-нибудь вот подальше в отдаленные районы Советского Союза. Поэтому какая-то память историческая об этих событиях есть, и люди буквально говорят, вот сегодня они приходят и без объяснения убивают наших коров, а завтра неизвестно, что они с нами сделают, вообще куда мы катимся. Возникают такие конспирологические теории, что интернет в России блокируют вовсе не из-за угрозы украинских беспилотников, а как раз по той причине, чтобы можно было вот это такое специфическое новое раскулачивание проводить тихо, без каких-либо подробностей, да, никому ничего не объясняя. Волна возмущения дошла даже до линии фронта, и на этой неделе завирусилось, в частности, видео, когда вот такие российские солдаты в масках, в камуфляже и, по-моему, даже с оружием, говорят о том, что их семьи ни в чем не виноваты, оставьте в покое этих людей, которые занимаются сельским хозяйством в Сибири, они вам ничего плохого не сделали, зачем вы так поступаете с нашими семьями, мы, мол, за это государство воюем, а оно с нами вот так обращается.
Мы здесь отстаиваем страну и интересы России, а дома наших отцов и матерей лишает кормилец.
Попутно, самая главная, кажется, новость, которая дает нам ключ к этой теме, заключается в том, что Казахстан, который граничит как раз с Западной Сибирью, уже закрыл импорт российских продуктов, связанных с животноводством, из Российской Федерации. И постепенно, кажется, общая картина складывается. Уже в течение всей этой недели разные специалисты говорят о том, что все похоже на то, что в России есть эпидемия ящура, самого опасного именно для сельскохозяйственного скота заболевания, которое просто приводит к тому, что поголовье животных сокращается, и они умирают просто таким образом. И вот что власти на самом деле, не заявляя, не объявляя официально эту болезнь, тем самым просто сохраняя свои какие-то экспортные рынки для российского сельского хозяйства, они пытаются сделать вид, что ничего такого страшного не происходит, просто они приходят без объяснений к людям и здоровых, опять же, с виду животных ведут на убой. По-моему, вот не являясь там специалистом в, понятно, в ветеринарном деле, но кое-что зная про наше родное государство, по-моему, самая главная вещь, которую мы здесь наблюдаем, это то, что, ну, как бы это государство даже эпидемию ящера нормально объявить не может. То есть с точки зрения государства нужно от людей скрыть тот факт, что есть опасное для животных заболевание. Оно может передаваться людям, но люди от этого не болеют и не умирают, но становятся переносчиками этого самого ящера. И если крупные производители, крупные агрохолдинги могут к этому как-то подготовиться и сами понимают, что им нужно ограничивать поголовье своих животных для того, чтобы эта болезнь не распространялась, то людям, которые просто ведут обычное такое маленькое, у которых обычные фермы, небольшое количество животных, им ничего не понятно, они не видят никаких признаков болезни, потому что животные могут быть вакцинированы и переболеть уже этим заболеванием. И дальше просто мы видим, как работает вот эта система недоверия, когда государство и местные чиновники не хотят говорить правду, не доверяют людям, что, мол, они там, не знаю, больных животных начнут прятать и еще все пострадает, опять же, пресловутый экспорт и интересы агрохолдингов. Ну, а люди в ответ задаются вопросами, а что вы, собственно говоря, творите. Вот таким образом, да, когда нету местного самоуправления, нету реально избранных депутатов, правительство никого не представляет, губернатор Новосибирской области, мне кажется, вообще его как будто нету в этой ситуации. В этой ситуации тяжелая история про болезнь животных, про опасную болезнь животных приводит к тому, что это все разворачивается в какой-то социальный взрыв и даже, в общем, в политический конфликт. Я думаю, что те правила игры, которые в Российской Федерации создавались и до 2022 года, и особенно после 2022 года, они будут вести к тому, что таких ситуаций будет становиться все больше и больше по любому поводу. Мы сейчас будем искать подтверждение тому, что это именно ящур. И кажется, знаете, даже есть такой образ, который складывается как-то в голове. Поименно найдены все 4 всадника апокалипсиса как раз. Первый — искусственный интеллект или Путин. Как вам больше нравится, может быть, Путин вперед. Потом Трамп и в конечном итоге еще мор в виде ящура. Вот все как бы в 26-м году сходится над Россией, где местные власти, да и в принципе и правительство, и Путин, они делают вид, что их здесь нет, они в домике. Если вы хотите разобраться в том, как люди на месте реагируют на происходящее, посмотрите видео, которое вышло у нас на канале, а мы тем временем готовим новые тексты и расследования о том, что на самом деле происходит в Новосибирской области. Ну, еще деталь важная, как работает вот этот интерфейс взаимодействия государства и граждан. Вот новость последних дней. Хозяйку фермы, на которой уже уничтожили 200 голов скота, задержали в центре Новосибирска. Ее мужа обвинили в поджоге. Жительница деревни Новоключи Светлана Панина приехала в администрацию Новосибирской области для того, чтобы, ну, как-то выяснить, что на самом деле происходит. Есть видео, как на входе в здание администрации она пыталась поговорить с чиновниками, задавала вопросы начальнику областного центра ветеринарно-санитарного обеспечения Юрию Шмидту.
Министр сельского хозяйства убегает. Министр Новосибирской области.
Что вы убегаете? Что вы прячетесь? Я это так не оставлю, имейте в виду. Я за вами буду как деньги переходить, мне заниматься нечем. Я голодная буду через месяц, за свет мне нечем будет заплатить. Что вы убегаете-то? В туалет еще спрячетесь от нас, от граждан.
Спустя несколько часов Панина записала видео, в котором рассказала, что после вот этого разговора с чиновником на выходе из здания администрации ее задержали полицейские. и сообщили о том, что на мужа ее возбуждают уголовное дело о поджоге в составе группы с ущербом на 1 миллион людей. Он якобы поджег площадку для утилизации скота. Ну, то есть, видите, до чего реально эти события начинают напоминать совершенно на ровном месте, но есть какая-то проблема ветеринарная, ну, надо ее всем решать, да, там власти должны какую-то ответственную политику вести. Здесь просто люди доведены до отчаяния, их еще подозревают в том, что они какие-то поджоги осуществляют и преследуют при помощи полиции. В какой-то момент времени с заметным опозданием в этой истории впервые появляется губернатор Новосибирской области Андрей Травников, который дает такой, знаете, комментарий в стиле Дмитрия Пескова и других ответственных лиц. Он говорит о том, что на территории Новосибирской области выполняются строгие, но абсолютно необходимые ветеринарные меры для предотвращения распространения заболевания. Намекает губернатор Новосибирской области на то, что это якобы более легкое заболевание пастереллез, но при этом совершенно не ясно, почему тогда такие суровые меры. То есть, в общем, как обычно, чиновники отключают интернет или там убивают коров, и при этом никому не рассказывают, чем они занимаются, потому что знать все это людям не положено. Известие, которое вполне...
Starry night, starry night. A loving mother, a flame-eating father.
Right.
Me? I thought Manager would be more interested in hearing about the Angels of Delusion. I recently learned a special little craft from Suna. She really likes scented candles, so I ended up making some for scenting clothes, too. So, what do you think? It's a calming scent, right? I made quite a few. I can give you some another day, Manager. Thank goodness. I was worried her phone would drop back where it was before and she'd never find it again. Judging by the look on your face, manager, you must have known what was going to happen all along, right? As expected of a video store manager, you know this movie's plot inside and out. Still, even though you knew how the story was going to unfold, you didn't tell me. I guess you didn't want to spoil the viewing experience. Thank you.
Don't you understand? Even if your kid wasn't trapped by the hollow, there's no way he would have made it. Stop fooling yourself!
For a mother, only what she sees with her own eyes is real. Besides, my child hasn't given up believing in his mother. His heartbeat gradually calmed down. He knew I would definitely find him.
Sorry, manager. I got a bit carried away. It's just that seeing hope rekindled for this mother and child after all the hardship they've endured, it truly moved me. We lived through the fall of the old capital. We all know just how rare miracles that avert disaster truly are. Even if it's only fiction, witnessing such a miracle is enough to bring me comfort. Because I can't help but believe that such a possibility will always exist. Rather than calling it bravery, I'd say everything she did was almost instinctive. Before her mind could even catch up, her body had already made the choice. I totally get it. That feeling when you'd risk everything to protect someone. If anything were to happen to the girls of Angels of Delusion, I know I'd be just like that mother. Even if it meant facing immense danger, I would still search for a way to save them. Of course. They're all going to soar smoothly all the way to the top and become the most dazzling angels there are. Before the Hollow, humans are insignificant. Yet, the Hollow cannot erase the bounds of emotion. In the face of this disaster, the mother held tight to this lifeline, finding her child through the sound of his heartbeat. That was such a great movie. I'm so thankful I got to watch it with you.
Meh. Seems like I won't be able to make pictures with the people. Jane. Mm-hmm.
Oh my. What a heart-fluttering question, my little manager. Romance, huh? Seems like a pretty foreign concept to me. So hard to understand. To be honest, instead of listening to someone's confession, I'd much rather secretly catch the sound of someone's heart skipping a beat. The chocolate and syrup completely mask the taste of coffee beans. Angelina doesn't even like coffee at all, does she? It's silly. The whole movie is so silly. Mr. Rob is adorably clueless, kind of like you sometimes, manager. Angelina can be a bit foolish too, just like me. Sometimes even sillier than Eos.
Mr. Rob, is this latte art a habit of yours? Or a secret love letter?
Customer preferences detected. Double syrup with 0 loneliness concentration.
Never mind. I like it anyway.
Hey, are you sneaking a peek at me, little manager? It doesn't quite make my heart race the way that I imagined it would. Maybe it's because the plot just isn't all that exciting. Or is it because you're simply too used to watching movies with someone else, manager? Or maybe, is watching movies with me really that boring, manager?
Stop teasing me.
That's more like it. My heart is racing.
I knew you'd feel the same way, little manager. People I perceive as cute people can perceive cute things the same cute way as cute me. So cute. Compared to convoluted dialogue and pretentious foreshadowing, I definitely prefer this kind of simple and cute little treat. Next time you get more sweet treats, be sure to recommend them to me too, little manager. Movie reviews? Maybe it's best to leave all that deep, highbrow stuff to you, huh? If I absolutely must. The movie is simply adorable, and so is the person I watched it with.
Bunch of people.
I didn't expect this many people at a midnight showing. Then again, I guess some people think horror movies hit different at night. Can't say they're wrong. The air feels heavier after dark. So, Belle, did you pick this time because you were looking for a little extra thrill? I see. Having company makes it easier to stay composed. But even if I weren't here, I doubt it would make much difference. It's just a movie after all. It's not like we're actually running into evil spirits. But if you do get scared, you can lean closer to me. That was fast. Though I suppose it never hurts to be prepared. All right, looks like it's about time. The movie's starting. The strange creature in this movie is kind of interesting. It's not very powerful, but it knows how to put on a scary act. I was just thinking, what kind of techniques would I use if I ran into something like that one day? Or maybe I could let you handle it. It's good practice. Yes, something around that level suits you perfectly. Good chance to apply the techniques I taught you. What do you think, Belle? Why are you scooting away? I'm just teasing. If something like that really appeared, I'd handle it myself. You have nothing to worry about. All right. I'll stop picking on you. Come back. Judging by the pacing, the main plot is about to unfold.
You said some other guests were waiting for me in the lobby, but we're deep in the mountains. There shouldn't be anyone alive in this villa.
Well, they aren't exactly alive. But it's also true they're waiting for new guests. Just like the 47 other guests before you.
Huh? You mean they all... Who are you? What is this place?
Do you remember the meditation technique I taught you? When your thoughts start to wander, just bring your awareness in your palm. Stay focused and feel the energy flow. Like this, let the unease fade away. Don't worry. Like I said, I'll stay right here with you till the movie ends. Good. I'm glad to hear that. This movie is designed to dig up people's deepest fears. If it ever gets uncomfortable, don't force yourself. Just tell me. You weren't the only one feeling tense. Quite a few people around us were startled as well. That creature in the movie isn't actually especially powerful. But it's good at using hints and atmosphere to stir up fear and unsettle people's minds. I wasn't scared, but I'll admit the plot was solid. Some of the shots build suspense nicely. That said, I do wish they'd explore the creature's unpredictable side more. Not really. If the creature's appearance had been depicted with greater nuance and realism, the movie would have had more practical value. It could have served as useful reference material for you, Fufu, and the others. A proper lesson in warding off misfortune. All right. I'm joking. Don't want you to shake your head and scoot away again. It's getting late. Watching something this intense at night is tiring on the mind and body. Once we leave the theater, you should head home and get some rest. Watching a movie with you does feel a little different. With someone familiar sitting next to you, all those strange things on screen start to feel like they're happening right beside you. If you're up for it, we can come back and watch another movie together sometime.
Roxy, you didn't miss the previous Starlight Night releases, did you? Starlight Night Seasons 1 through 3, Starlight Night The Other Night, Starlight Night Awakening? Every single one is a masterpiece in its own tier! Roxy, you're on the edge of your seat now! After all, these Starlight Knights are just ordinary people. But I know they'll get back on their feet. Because they're Starlight Knights!
Hey, who cares if we can't transform? We're not fighting just to become Starlight Knights.
We're just ordinary folks, but we all have a reason to find our courage.
The Starlight Knights! aren't fighting this battle alone!
So even ordinary folks who keep pushing forward can become heroes. I know they'll win! The director did say in an interview that the plot of the movie might be a little different than what Starlight Knight fans expect. It's a story about the director's creative aspirations. But those ordinary citizens and that nameless intelligent construct were truly brave enough to be called Starlight Knights! For all you Starlight Knight fans out there, this movie will definitely live up to your expectations! For those who aren't Starlight Knight fans yet, it's your perfect chance to become one! All in all, I highly recommend everyone to check out Starlight Knight, The First Heroes!
you're telling me the story of a little bamboo teaming up with a cat to become New Eridu's strongest proxy actually happened? The proxy business is super competitive these days, but it really does make for one heck of a movie. Belle, you look like you have something to say. Don't tell me that's not how the story goes. Since I was wrong, guess you'll have to watch this movie with me to help me understand. Awesome! 7710 and Katie finally understand each other. Yeah, it feels super emotional to you too, right? Yeah, everyone's smiling, but connecting with a kitty isn't easy. 7710's really putting in the work. Even if we can't understand each other's feelings at first, as long as we keep paying attention to one another, we'll eventually understand each other's hearts. Like how you noticed my change in mood right away.
The bamboo that mistakes kittens for rescue targets is clearly defective. I apologize, but we'll need to recall it. Don't worry, we're just gonna wipe its memory and reprogram it from scratch. Hey, what are you doing?
It saved Katie and got her out of the hollow! You can't read it like this! Katie, take 7710 and run!
For some reason, seeing the three of them forced apart makes my heart ache, like a blast crawler trapped in a wooden barrel. So I was just thinking, I should team up with Seed Sr. and break through the screen to help them. Yeah, I know. Everyone told me the same thing when we watched Don't Touch together. Besides, results that come after hard work and trouble are way more meaningful. That's something I only recently came to understand. So you feel the same way? Oh, watching it get all flustered trying to figure out Katie's thoughts just makes me want to cheer it on. Actually, I just looked up its real-life counterpart. Not only did no one adopt it, it was recalled as a defective product. In a way, I'm a defective product just like it. At least the movie gave it a better ending. And creating such an ending in reality is what we should do. Right, Belle? Thanks, Belle. Proxy, I knew it was the right call to watch this with one of my own kind. Whether I'm a Bing Boo or a cat in the future, you'll be my adventure buddy either way. Oh, yeah. Even when we're not in public, I want to keep calling you Belle. That okay? Stray puppies, stray people, stray bamboo. Aren't they everywhere? When two meet, they settle things with a fight and the loser goes hungry. But fighting is exhausting, and puppies can be pretty sneaky. They often act all cute and sweet just to scam people for free food and drink. Belle, remember, don't let any puppy trick you. If you're gonna get tricked, it better be by me.
we do? We're gonna get caught. I'm just a little pup. Belle, didn't you say this wasn't a horror movie? Being alone on the streets is one thing, but getting snatched up out of nowhere? That's scary. I might get dragged to some cold, quiet office filled with scary public security officers. Never getting enough food to feel full, and getting a ton of impossible investigation missions dumped on me? Oh, poor little Ross. Curious, are you? I won't spill the beans that easily. After all, it's quite the heavy past we're talking about here.
When I pulled you out of that fissure, you were so scared that you wouldn't even touch a can of food.
Stray puppies, stray people, stray bamboo. Aren't they everywhere? When two meet, they settle things with a fight and the loser goes hungry. But fighting is exhausting, and puppies can be pretty sneaky. They often act all cute and sweet just to scam people for free food and drink. Belle, remember, don't let any puppy trick you. If you're gonna get tricked, it better be by me. What do we do? We're gonna get caught. I'm just a little pup. Belle, didn't you say this wasn't a horror movie? That investigator gave me some food. Looks like he's not half bad after all. I can't get his scent through the screen, so I can't gauge his strength. But judging by how he walks, even if he were a bad guy, he'd be a pretty weak one. Then it's all good. It's too bad for him that he had to run into me. Immersed? You mean I'm thinking of myself as Ross? Like right now, when his paw's being held, it gives me this warm, fuzzy feeling. What about you? Do you immerse yourself in the investigator's perspective too? Well, don't be shy. I can lend you my hand.
When I pulled you out of that fissure, you were so scared that you wouldn't even touch a can of food. Who would have guessed I'd be counting on you so soon? Here, take the leash. This time, it's your turn to lead the way.
people whispering to each other. So, since you're not whispering to me, doesn't that make you weird? Now I gotta talk to you, so you aren't weird. Oh, and in the movie, when the ethereal was chasing the main characters, I was thinking, if it jumps out of the screen, I'll wrap my tail around you and make a run for it. And since that's what I wanted, I decided to try it out. So, did you feel it? I almost swept you away with me just now.
Okay, she's funny. I guess I'm gonna pull her and not gonna pull for any Vengeance currently available.
You're right. Having reliable companions is super important. The investigator in the movie keeps suffering because that useless puppy Ross can't do anything right. If only the investigator could pick up a mercenary like they picked up that dog. Put in a bit more effort and who knows? You might even pick up a void hunter that can slice through ethereals in one hit.
I mean, me, Abby.
How would you know if you don't try? I'm quite the expert at picking things up. Then we can just chill in the back, soak up some sun, and sip drinks while waiting to snag the spoils. After all, I'm not some idiot who'd knowingly walk into danger and get myself killed. Bill, for my sake, don't you dare do anything like that. This was a flawless success for our cinema investigation. Not only did we find nothing, but we also wasted so much time. Another day of slacking off under the boss's nose. And I can even apply to come back and investigate again. Sweet!
That's the spirit. Yeah, I've had that's why. Незуха.
that obvious. Well, why else would I be here for a second watch? Even though it's a fantasy film, it's got a really cool ghost story vibe to it. That's why I love it. Just embrace the suspense. Don't worry too much about figuring out the truth behind the story. These aliens seem pretty interesting, huh? Wow, that's my proxy. You knew exactly what I was thinking. But seriously, a creature that can transform into anything at will? That's what I call the perfect partner for pranks. You've got a point. The last time I went out to play with some cats, the little guy threw a fit for ages once we got back. But if this creature could morph into his favorite apple, maybe we could mess with Kama too.
Wait, are these my memories? If so, how can I see myself in third person? That stirring stick that just popped out of my hand, it was like it had a life of its own. If this is a dream, it feels way too real. What are these aliens?
That was quite the scene just now. But... I just touched you. If I were some kind of alien, then you should be worried about being completely replaced by me. Huh? Uh-oh, you've completely turned the tables on me. When you morph into me, just remember to feed Kama on time. And don't let him have too many snacks.
Cute.
Looks like you're really into it too. I thought maybe you'd be like everyone else, whining about how wishy-washy the movie's ending was. You know what makes thrillers so captivating? It's all about the feeling of suspense. If you look at it that way, suspense films and ghost stories boil down to the same thing. Once an urban legend gets cracked,
it loses its charm. Just like how a movie's not as fun to rewatch once you know the big plot twist. But movies that leave you hanging keep drawing people back to theaters, searching for answers. Stories like that are better than something you can figure out after seeing it once, right? I'm so happy you could watch my favorite movie with me today. Letting you join me in uncovering the truth behind Don't Touch and seeking out the traces of fantasy left on these images. It somehow feels like I've pulled you a little further into my world.
Okay, let's start click on.
Looks like there are still some popcorn crumbs on the carpet that haven't been cleaned up. My apologies. When I'm with you, I should keep my attention on the film that's about to start. Disaster movies often dig into how fragile order is and put human nature to the test. Definitely something worth paying attention to. In a speculative work that depicts the twilight of a civilization, a tragic ending is all but inevitable. But being able to rationally dissect the root causes of the tragedy with you is, in itself, a valuable thought exercise. One with insights ahead of their era often meets not understanding first, but solitude. Indeed, it matters not whether one be flesh or forged steel. Once you've chosen someone, you follow them without reservation. Such loyalty itself may be enough to challenge the nihility.
Stop terrorizing us with poetic metaphors. Science needs data, not wild imaginations.
This isn't a gamble of probability, but a countdown that's already begun. We can't just turn a blind eye because it's beyond our understanding. When disaster strikes, let's hope those data models you're so proud of ring the alarm before my delusions do.
In the end, even the noblest resolve of one individual couldn't reverse the torrent as collective consciousness came crashing down. The power of this work lies in forcing viewers to confront the most fundamental contradiction. It is not about whether success is possible, but whether it is worthwhile. It is about order, about loyalty, about the meaning of persistence in a battle that's doomed to fail. Thank you for watching this thought-provoking work with me. I was truly moved. Yes, it is a work that completely denies hope. But it also compels the viewer to contemplate the meaning of any effort in the face of absolute nihility. What struck me most in this movie wasn't the disaster itself, but how our protagonist, the scientist, chose to bear the weight of the world alone after her warnings to humanity went unheeded. And the loyalty displayed by her mechanical companion. Theirs was a friendship transcending all programmed parameters. To walk a path you know leads nowhere, and to see it through to the very end, that resolve alone is far beyond any measure of victory or defeat. Thank you for accompanying me to see this film. It carried much weight, but I found it to be a precious and profound warning. It has reinforced my conviction that protecting such ordinary moments of watching films together is a mission we cannot fail. In collective chaos, The light of reason shines as faintly as a firefly. But those who remain steadfast in their duty and loyalty until the very end, their stance itself was the strongest response to nihility. Thank you for sharing this profound moment with me.
This cinema's decor is both practical and elegant. It's no less impressive than the banquet hall at Yum Tassin. And the snacks those people are munching on? It's gotta be... popcorn, right? I've heard customers mention it, but this is my first time seeing it for myself. It smells delightful. I bet it tastes great, too. I wouldn't say I'm dying to try it, but it is pretty intriguing. After all, this type of snack is hard to come by where I'm from. Compared to the delicate and refreshing snacks of Phylum Heights, folks here in Janus Quarters seem to prefer their treats with a much richer flavor profile. Speaking of which, to improve on Yum Tassin's selection, my boss actually sent me out to sample flavors from other locations. But every place has its own vibe. I can't fully understand New Eridu's food culture in just a few days. Like this popcorn, for example. I never got a chance to try it. Oh my, thanks for the offer. But if I go out to get snacks right now, I'd probably miss the best parts of the movie. Maybe next time. Everyone laughing and gasping together. It kind of reminds me of going to the open-air cinema back when I was a kid. I wonder if you've ever experienced something like that. It was super popular back in the day. Back then, there weren't many theaters around, so everyone would gather in the plaza to catch a flick. Movie theaters are pretty quiet, right? But outdoor screenings are a totally different vibe. They're always super lively. Snacking on sunflower seeds, chatting away, laughing together. It's chaotic for sure, but it evokes a warm, fuzzy feeling. But when the plot gets emotional, everyone quiets down all at once. Back then, I'd always quietly wipe away my tears in the dark. I was so afraid that someone would notice and make fun of me. Look at me running my mouth. You've got me spilling my childhood anecdotes just like that. It didn't destroy my image as the model Yumcha scene employee in your eyes, did it?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Daydreaming again, little Bang Boo. Come here, my squishy little cupcake. Oh, you're so soft. You were born to be petted and rubbed.
Oh no! Oh no!
There are plenty of movies about people swapping bodies, but I can't say I've seen too many where people swap with a Bang Boo. But this idea is pretty clever. It dodges the cliched setups while keeping the story tight and well-paced. If I swapped bodies with my picky little Bang Boo, everyone would be in for a rough time. That little guy's got a nasty temper. If we made him work at Yumcha Scene, it would have customers fuming left and right. Speaking of, I just remembered that the Bang Boo you sent to run the stall was really well behaved. It goes by 20, right? If only I could swap bodies with that little troublemaker of mine. I've never even seen it sit still for a second. If you're looking for some deep insight or super detailed analysis, you're probably gonna be disappointed. My take? It's loud, it's lively, it's got heart. It left me with a sense of happiness inside. You think so too? I thought you'd find my take too simple. To me, movies are like dim sum. More than some logical analysis, it's the taste that hits your tongue that matters the most. This movie is like a plate of crispy, sweet almond cookies. You can scarf down piece after piece without feeling an ounce of guilt. It wasn't a big-budget blockbuster, nor was it a martial arts piece that is all the rage in Wi-Fi Peninsula. It won't stick with you forever, but it provided a carefree and enjoyable time while it lasted. Thanks for the recommendation. This little snack really hits the spot.
Oh, the whole 3. Oh.
Before deciding to see the movie, we read a lot of reviews, and they all said it was good. Right. Do you want me to send you those reviews, manager? You got me. Okay, I'll black out all the keywords before sending it to you. Well, even if I secretly write bad things about you in the blacked out parts, you'll never know. Then again, even if I snuck in things like, I like you, manager, you wouldn't find out either. Before deciding to watch this movie, I had a dream about it last night. In my dream, this movie's producer actually came to us to sing the theme song. I and Suno were so happy and both screamed with joy. And then I woke up. Even though the dream felt pretty average, I guess it's still a good sign. You got me. Can't blame anyone for wanting to pinch something that looks that squishy.
In a fairy tale wonderland, an adventure awaits. Yeah, right. Even kids wouldn't fall for that kind of stuff anymore. That was me, just another boring adult, unable to believe fairy tales and all that happily ever after stuff. Until I came here. Fairy tales are real. Dreamland adventures do exist. And that's the kind of story I'm going to write. Stories that bring children hope and happiness.
Thanks. I was so engrossed in the movie, I forgot I was still holding the snack Suna gave me. Hold on. Now that you mention it... just as expected, Suna and Arya haven't eaten their chocolates either. But how should I put this? Somehow this gives off a Angels of Delusion are all idiots vibe. Manager, you've got to keep this a secret. Forever. Okay? Too bad I've never really been interested in profound truths, no matter how they're presented. All I want is for Lillian to have a happy ending in this wonderland. That's enough for me. Plus, Suna and Arya seem to be having a great time too. Isn't that what fairy tales are all about? Making people believe the world can be a better place? You're smiling too. That means you agree with my point, right? The one-sided collab between the cinema and Angels of Delusion perfectly concluded.
All right. Okay. All cards flipped.
Heartbeat! Sparkle up! Aw. Heartbeat! Sparkle up!
把心跳变成节奏，脚步能否变得轻松？命运交汇的路口，向左向右，但别退后。把旋律哼成
Perfect harmony!
的故事放在主歌，说不完的你和我，未完待续之后，那些光阴过，一起起走的段落，演奏情感红掌波，或许编排也鲜活，就让我谱下所有的结果，把幸福给回忆相送，你会发现和弦之间那些转折轻轻流落，公园快乐，热爱多炙热，思绪翻涌着倾泻而出的与爱的那首歌。
Nice job! Next time will be 100 times better!
What's up with your arm?
It's only been a little while. You're back already? Did something happen?
I'm fine, but Aria, she wants to talk to Fairy.
Hey, Manager! Fairy? Are you there? I need you!
I'm right here. Suggestion. Emotional module fluctuations detected. Projection exhibiting low-frequency flicker and edge distortion. Immediate recalibration recommended.
Let me check.
Instructions. Clear cognitive cache. Stabilize core systems. Begin by adjusting output levels to baseline parameters.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
I see. Things aren't going smoothly, and all the pressure's landing on Suna alone to fix everything. If I were in her shoes, I'd be pretty stressed too.
Yeah, Suna was so tense during practice today, her moves got all stiff. But at a time like this, just telling her stuff like, "It's fine, don't worry about results," those empty words won't do anything. I really want to help, but I don't know how. Fairy, can you give me some ideas?
Negative.
Huh?
Generating behavioral recommendations for a specific individual requires analysis of their historical data. Insufficient data samples exist for individual Suna. Unable to compute optimal action guidelines.
So what you're saying is, since you don't know Suna well enough, you can't really help.
That's correct. Everyone has different personalities and experiences. Naturally, they handle things differently too. In this case, if you want to help someone make a better choice, you have to understand where they're coming from first.
Oh, you mean Suna's past? Well, nothing I know is really a secret or anything. I met her at the agency. Back then, she was just a songwriter.
So she went from songwriter to idol? That sounds like a difficult path to take. For Suna, that decision must have taken a lot of courage.
Yeah, and then the agency went under since it wasn't doing well. Nangong came to me and said she wanted to form Angels of Delusion with me, and that she knew how to find a third member. Later, I found out Nangong's plan was to convince Suna to join us. She brought me along, telling Suna over and over, Angels of Delusion won't be complete without you, until Suna changed her mind.
Is it just me, or does this story sound kind of familiar?
Huh?
Isn't this just what Fairy said? Getting to know someone to help them make the right choice?
Yeah, you're right.
Thinking about it, Suna might just be scared of messing up or being laughed at. With her personality, she probably needs someone to give her a gentle nudge to take that step. And that someone is Nangong, right?
I get it. I should talk to Nangong and see if she can find a way to help Suna open up.
Note. Angels of Delusion is a collective entity that relies on a dynamic balance between all individuals. The loss of any single point will lead to systemic shutdown.
Fairy's right. Even though I haven't known you all that long, I can tell that Nanggong and Suna really trust and need you, Arya. So, they must really value your opinions.
I know. When I get back, if Nanggong doesn't know what to do either, we'll figure something out together. Or I could go talk to Suna myself and try to cheer her up. Either way, as long as I keep talking with everyone, I'm sure we'll find a way. Thanks, Fairy. And thank you too, Manager. Whoa, wait up. Nanggong and Suna? Why are they out together? Oh, and Miss Sia too.
Oh, amazing! You're really here!
Long time no see, Miss Sia. The competition schedule for new Eridu's Rising Star has been keeping us busy, so we haven't lined up any new live shows yet. I bet you've missed us, right?
I sure have! Good thing you've been doing those rehearsal live streams lately. I've been watching every single one.
Oh wait. Sia, have you seen those comments too?
Oh, those comments are complete nonsense. Suna, please don't let any of it get to you. Just leave it to us. I've already made plans. I'll go fight these people every morning, noon, and night. I won't let these tarnish the Angels of Delusion's page.
Miss Sia, I'm the Angels of Delusion's temporary manager, and I'm responsible for managing the competition account. I see you're carrying a notebook with you. Is that for our angels?
Oh, yes. It's a commemorative scrapbook, full of messages from fans. It's nothing fancy, but I hope this shows you how much everyone cares for you and supports you.
Wow, that's so thoughtful. We'll definitely treasure it. Keep up the good work. I believe the Angels of Delusion will make it to the biggest stage one day. Yeah! We'll keep working hard, and we'll get there, one day for sure. I really love the Angels of Delusion shows. They make me so happy. Aww! Please keep supporting us at our live shows.
Let me look too, Shoyu. I've been watching the Angels of Delusion's live streams. Honestly, you're doing really well already. The issue is simple. Even if Suna can't keep up, so long as she's not the center, everything will be fine.
Suna, stop reading!
So, that's how everyone really feels.
What? I'm so sorry! I had no idea there were messages like that in there. And I don't agree at all.
It's not your fault, Sia. And I also disagree.
They're not wrong.
No. Every show the Angels of Delusion has ever done is built on songs you wrote, Suna. You are the seed from which our dream can grow. The very first note when our group began to sprout. You should have been center stage from the start. Maybe we've never done this before, but it's something we have to do. And we will.
Stop it, Nangong. Honestly, that fan meant well. It's all because of me that everyone's had such a hard time. Maybe everything would have gone fine if it weren't for me taking up the center spot.
Wait, Suna, that's not what they meant. Don't take it to heart.
You don't need to try and comfort me. I already know. Please tell that fan we'll consider their suggestion.
Hey, I was just telling Arya that the weather's so nice today. It'd be a total waste to stay cooped up inside. A little sunshine can really make you feel better. Nangong, Suna, wanna give it a try?
Yeah, that's right. Nangong, why don't we walk back this way? Let's take a little stroll.
Then, Suna, wanna check out the other side together? I'd love to hear your thoughts on the new song.
Arya must have told you more about the Angels of Delusion, right? But actually, Nangong and I have known each other long before she joined.
I can tell you all care about each other, even if there are misunderstandings sometimes. If there's something on your mind, Suna, you can tell me. At least it might help you feel a little better.
All right. She was the first ever audience for my songs, and the one who brought me into the agency. And she was also the one who gave me the courage to join the Angels of Delusion. Because of her, I stepped onto the stage and sang that song, the one born from our delusions.
Suna, you actually like singing your songs on stage, don't you?
When everyone's watching, I get nervous, forget the moves, and just freeze up. But whenever the audience listens so intently to our songs and waves to the rhythm, it makes me so incredibly happy. I love standing on stage, singing my songs, and bringing everyone into my world. That world from our imagination, that almost impossible dream. We'll share it with everyone, but I shouldn't drag everyone else down just for my own dream. Nangong and Arya, they're passionate, they're talented, they're born to be idols. If it weren't for me, maybe they'd be more famous.
No way! If you give up this chance just because you don't want to drag them down, that's what would really hurt them.
Really? Actually, Arya and Nangong keep telling me, even I keep telling myself, you should stand on stage with more confidence. But every time something comes up, I end up hesitating and backing down. Looking back now, it's kind of embarrassing. Thanks for hearing me out. Now, I feel like I have a little more courage to keep going. My heart feels lighter.
If you ever have any troubles, you can always talk to me.
Reporting. Suspicious accounts involved with botting the votes for the new Eridu's Rising Star competition have been identified and tracked. A full report with evidence has been sent to the event committee. The organizers have begun removing those accounts. The process should finish within 2 hours.
Well done, Fairy. So, we're halfway there, Suna.
I'm heading back to 404 now. I've been gone a while. Nanggong must be worried. I'd better go check on her. I still haven't figured out how to apologize to Nanggong. Getting closer to 404, and my heartbeat feels like it's getting loud, and my face feels hot. What do I do?
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with Angels of Delusion's recent music. Let me be frank. Suna's singing isn't up to par. And I still haven't seen the completed debut song you promised.
Ms. Burner, I understand your concerns, but about that, please let me...
No need. Every year, hundreds of groups compete in New Eridu's Rising Star. As judges, we don't have the time to pay attention to every personal story. Only the numbers tell the real tale. And it's clear that Angels of Delusion just don't make the cut. At your current popularity rate, your star points won't reach the baseline, and you'll be eliminated.
There's no need to try and scare me, Mr. Miller. Given your expertise, if the Angels of Delusion were truly beyond help, we'd probably be on the chopping block by now. As you're both still willing to give us guidance, then that means there's still hope. We still have some value worth investing in, don't we? Please, if you have anything to say, I'd be more than happy to hear your suggestions.
Miss Nanggong, you're as sharp as ever. It's true, I still value the sense of hope the Angels of Delusion first gave me. And that's exactly why, as a judge, I'm happy to offer you a suggestion. Or rather, an opportunity. Have Suna step away from the stage and focus on writing her songs. How about it?
Wait, Miller, I don't think...
Of course, that's just my advice. It's up to you, Miss Nanggong. As a rational, intelligent, and pragmatic professional idol, I'm sure you'll make the right call.
I refuse. Suna. She's the Angels of Delusion's composer. She's the one who turned our delusions into music. To abandon the very heart of our delusions for this competition? Sorry, but I can't do that.
But isn't this the better choice for both the group and herself? Since she was never cut out to be an idol, that center position is more of a burden to her, and letting it go may be a relief. I understand that you must feel conflicted, and it is only natural that you cannot accept this proposal at the moment.
This is enough. It's all my fault. I've already made up my mind. I'm backing out of this show. I'll focus on songwriting.
Looks like the Angels of Delusion have some things to work out. So Ms. Burner and I will leave you to it. Call me once you've reached a decision.
They're finally gone. Talking to them any longer would have killed my appetite. Better not take them too seriously. They'll spoil. After all, these corporate types are best at one thing: stirring up drama.
Don't try to comfort me, Nanggong. They were telling the truth after all, right? Not cut out for it. Dragging everyone down. Poor numbers. Deep down, I know it's all true. I should just drop out of this competition.
But Suna, giving up doesn't solve the problem. There's got to be a better way.
We're already running out of time. The final recording is in a few days, and I'm no good at juggling things. I can't handle both the performance and the songwriting. Dragging this out will only ruin things for all of us.
You want to quit the competition and give up this opportunity? You can't just decide that on your own. The Angels of Delusion are a team. If you skip this performance to write this time, what about next time? Are you going to quit every time we run into trouble? What does that make us? Are we still the 3 Angels of Delusion then?
Then I'll just keep quitting. As long as I can keep writing songs, as long as you can all keep performing, what does it matter whether I'm on stage or not?
Do you even hear yourself? You ditch your friends over something like this? The Suna I know would never do that! We're both too wound up today. Let's just stop here. Get some rest tonight, Suna. Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
No, Xiaoyu. That's enough. Making a fool of myself on stage, getting mocked online, and being shot down by the judges. I'm so done with all of it. Maybe someone like me was meant to stay behind the scenes from the start. Write my songs for others to sing. That's clearly the right path for me. Suna, please don't.
No way. We all know you love being on stage. You're just running because you're scared. And this is your song. If you can't be there on the stage to receive the crowd's cheers, how can the Angels of Delusion touch anyone's heart with our delusions? Suna, you're a coward!
Things have totally spiraled out of control. I can't even find an opportunity to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm a coward. But Nangong, it's been so long since I felt happy performing, practicing on stage over and over, falling again and again. The pain has long outweighed any joy that pursuing my dream was supposed to bring. You don't need much practice to nail the choreography and the song. You get the audience cheering for you so easily. But for me, even when I give my all, I'm still a joke. I can't sleep before shows. I'm kept awake by nightmares. I have never once been happy up on stage.
You think I'm happy? You think I actually enjoy following you around, cleaning up after your messes?
Cleaning up? Yeah, I'm stupid. I can't do the things you and Arya can do so easily. All I'm good at is writing songs. I shouldn't be on stage. But, Nangongyu, I don't need your pity!
Suna, do you remember what we talked about on the rooftop earlier? No matter what happens, no matter how hard it gets, don't forget the dream you started with and the promises you made to your friends.
Sorry. I went too far, but... Please, I have to go. Just let me be.
Hey there, Delulu! Is that my cue? Is that my cue?
there, Delulu! Heading out for inspiration? Let's go!
I don't.
I would never turn down Lord Phaethon. Good day, Lord Phaethon. Wait! Let me grab my field mic before we bounce!
Yeah.
Never would have guessed. Suna.
Allow me. Just in time. Leave this verse to me. Yep. Delusion. Come on. It feels like we keep running into trouble today. Thank goodness you're here, Manager, or else I'd be totally lost.
I wonder how Nangong and Suna are holding up. Let's pick up the pace.
What? There's more?
Boing, boing, stop! Point, 3, 2, 1! Yay!
Phew, that was way too intense. My logic core is already running hot. We're almost there, Manager. Wait, why is Suna sitting on the ground, motionless? Nangong's there too. Let's go ask what's going on. Suna.
Where is this? How do I get out of here? Is that Nangong's voice coming from behind the door? The voice is getting more distant. Should I follow it? That voice is coming from here. Wait, are these my memories? My first song. Finally, it's done. Will anyone like it?
Suna, wait, you wrote this song yourself? This is freaking awesome! Just looking at the score makes me so happy, like being swept up by the night wind, racing towards the stars!
Is this voice trying to make me remember the past? Back then, Nangong was the one who encouraged me to continue songwriting. Another super long hallway. It looks a bit different than the one before. It's a sticky note. We used to jot down all kinds of stuff on these. Inspirations, schedules, and messages we wrote to each other after we argued. How come he hasn't said anything after looking at the score? I'm so nervous right now.
guarantee you. This song is gonna be huge! Absolutely huge!
After that, I started writing songs for other idol groups. And Nangong, she's always been my most devoted listener. Oh, whoa! Oh, the lights just got brighter. We've got lamps like this at the studio, too. I never thought the agency would go under, too. What other place would even want my songs?
We're just one step away from forming the complete Angels of Delusion.
Yeah, as long as you're willing to join us, Suna.
So then, I joined Angels of Delusion. This is my first time on stage. It's a full house. Can I really pull this off?
We're up next. Suna! Quick! Grab our hands. In a bit, we're stepping into the spotlight together.
Step into the spotlight. This time, I should trust Nangong too, just like she trusts.
Suna! Suna! Suna, I never told you. I still remember that day, all those years ago. That sunny afternoon, I heard your notes as I was drifting off. You panicked and apologized, thinking you disturbed me. But what you really woke up was the hope that'd been sleeping deep in my heart. Ever since that day, I've been waiting to lift your songs to the skies and let them ride the wind and soar across all of New Eridu. As Angels of Delusion, we've released our first song, our first performance video, our first time meeting an audience. And from now on, will we keep creating more? Memories together filled with hope? Suna! You're finally awake! I just knew that you wouldn't leave the two of us behind like that, right?
Okay, time to skip everything. I still need to do some master click things.
Sorry. I wasn't thinking straight.
Don't stress too much about the song, Suna.
She's so fucking far.
Wait, let me grab my field. Hey there, Delulu. Manager, let me tell you a secret. The first time I visited the ballet twins, I would have been totally lost if it weren't for Nangong. Yeah, and then I got... Whoa! So many monsters! Leave this verse to me! Yeah. Bam, bam, hammer! Look at the camera! The show isn't over yet! There's no end to this! Light Then we head this way.
Leave the show to me. An attack of shine for everyone.
It's my turn.
Yep, light up, spotlight.
Arya, get closer.
I'll take it from here.
Wave your light stick.
Yep, delusions. Keep up with the beat.
Go up from here, and we're almost there. It hasn't been long since I last came here. But it feels totally different this time.
Actually, I've been curious for a while now. Why would Angels of Delusion set up their secret base inside a hollow?
You can probably feel it too, Manager. The ether concentration here isn't very high, so it's relatively safe. And Nanggong and Arya stumbled upon it by chance. Back then, I totally embarrassed myself on stage for the first time and kept avoiding practice. I didn't want anyone to hear my voice, nor did I want anyone to see me dance. I just wanted to run away from everyone. Pretty pathetic, right? But that's all I could think about back then. But Nanggong and Arya told me there's no shame in thinking that way. Then they dragged me to this place as an escape. If you don't want to be heard or seen, then hide out in this secret base. Pretty sneaky, right? Though no one will ever find out if I practice in the hollow instead. Not only did they fully accept a scaredy cat like me, they even went out of their way to find the perfect hiding spot. Ever since then, we've been coming here from time to time.
That sounds absolutely unbelievable. Not if we're talking about Angels of Delusion here. I guess nothing really surprises me anymore.
Is that so? I've always thought the same thing, that Angels of Delusion feels like some kind of incredible group. It made me start fantasizing about things that scaredy cats wouldn't dare to dream of, craving to make them real through music. So, I want to write all the incredible moments from this journey into this song and share them with everyone.
Suna, after walking together just now, I think I finally understand what you were trying to say. The delusion belongs to everyone, right?
Mm-hmm. If delusions are a distant, untouchable light, then we are the travelers who chase that radiance. Running, falling, rising again, catching a glimmer of light and weaving it into a melody, letting that light shine on our stage and illuminate everyone. This journey might be long, but I've got Nanggong and Arya, you, and all our fans who trust us. I won't be alone.
But someone really important. Your mommy.
Dancing like there's no tomorrow, day and night without rest. That should just about do it. Manager, you're here!
Next time, we'll be 100 times better.
We'll keep running, keep dreaming, and keep singing! One day, Angels of Delusion will stand on a bigger stage and spread our voices across all of New Eridu! This one is for those who embrace their delusions in their hearts! Thank you, everyone!
Did we finish shooting?
Live update. Angels of Delusion has made it into the top 100 of New Eridu's Rising Star, currently ranked at number 100.
Now? Oh, but isn't the competition already over?
3 minutes ago, the 5th place contestant was disqualified for violating the rules. According to the ranking rules, Angels of Delusion automatically moves up.
What in Eridu did Nangong prepare? She's being so secretive about it.
came out of nowhere? A crazy luxurious cockpit and 2 rows of guys in black suits bowing. Whoa, I'm toast. Did my visual module just crash or something? Because I'm seeing a whole bunch of stuff that only exists in my dreams. You should be fine. Unless I'm dreaming too.
I got it! This is part of Nanggong's surprise, isn't it? Huh? Cakes don't just fall from the sky. There's no strawberry milk waiting on street corners, and suited bodyguards with private choppers don't just pop out of thin air. If all these good things are happening at once, then it must be Nanggong pulling tricks on us.
No, it wasn't me. It's just, well, this big shot with a good heart happened to be passing by, and I just happened to have their contact info, so they offered to give us a lift. So that's the gist of it. I'll let you guys know the details later. If we don't get moving now, we're gonna miss the ceremony.
We made it! And right on time!
And the last award goes to a first-time competitor! They used to perform on the streets, their songs echoing throughout the city. Now they've stepped into a brand new spotlight, shining brighter than ever! Congratulations to Angels of Delusion for entering the top 100 of New Eridu's Rising Star! And member Suna snagged the Best Emerging Creator Award! And now, let's give it up for Miss Suna to come up and claim her award! Congrats, Suna! Got anything you want to say to everyone?
I'm not great with words, so all I can do is speak what's in my heart. For as long as I can remember, this world's always felt huge, dark, and full of danger. Until one day, I saw my dream. The only light and warmth in all that darkness. To get closer to it, to be illuminated by its light, I started running toward that distant place, never stopping. This road is long. So long. Sometimes I feel so exhausted that I just want to lie down and never take another step forward. Thankfully, there's always been people by my side, encouraging me. They gave me the courage to keep chasing my dreams, to make it this far, and to finally get close enough to feel the warmth of those dreams coming true. So, no matter what happens, don't ever give up. Please, keep dreaming. Never stop indulging in your wildest delusions. Let them light the way toward your dreams. And at the end of this journey, the future will shine brighter than any dream.
It's fine. The jar's sturdy. I checked. Not a scratch on it.
Oh, great. Actually, we didn't just call you here to thank you, Arya. We also have a ceremony.
Is that my cue?
That's fine.
Man is iron, rice is steel. And don't call me senior. Call me chef.
Call me chef. Okay, now.
Good afternoon. You must be hungry. We've got the perfect lunch combo just for you.
Don't even think about it.
You're knocked out one for complaints. Yeah, winning pieces are in place. We'll be fine. A measure of steel slices the world through. Let this sword array send you away! Is it my shift? Forward! Hello? This is the end for you! Take a breather. My turn now? I'm gonna do my best. Pure frost. Light brings the dawn. Watch closely. This is the real deal. Leave it to me. You're now connected with a gold intercept. Free as the skies. Dial 2 for a chat. What's this? A complaint? Too late for that. Stand down. Forward. I call this move Funny Slash Combo. Yeah, I'll be fine. What the heavens? Yep. Radiant cloud. Split the heavens. Intercept. Seal. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Frost glistens. What the heavens?
Oh no. Big special attack. Come on, Bangia.
I may be slow, but I still have 2 fists to swing.
Need a fortune teller? Understanding the latest trends is much harder than mastering.
Shufu, allow me my turn in the limelight. Try!
An opening.
Leave it here. Surprise attack!
Leave it to me. Concentrate. It's almost time.
Shade place! Time for an appetizer! Heat the wok!
Allow me. Look out. Allow me, Fufu. Breathe.
Shade place!
With one whip!
Heat the wok!
An opening. Shift. Obliterate form and spirit. Release. Evil shall return to dust.
Shade place! Bite out more than you can chew, then be ready for leftovers!
Finish this!
Super Shock. Nice.
Number 0, Anby.
No, doesn't.
Standing by. Number 0, Anby. Standing by. Number 0, Anby. Standing by. Captain of Silver Squad. It's been a while.
Вполне лояльное подцензурное издание внутри России оценивает ущерб сибирских фермеров от массового убоя скота в 1,5 миллиарда рублей. Это только прямой ущерб. В общем, сумма, которая в целом людей, конечно, может разорить. Опять же, без каких-то дополнительных объяснений. Показательно, что все эти события происходят за несколько месяцев до так называемых выборов в Государственную Думу, когда, по идее, ну просто мы в течение многих лет, многих избирательных циклов это видели, власти должны быть заинтересованы в том, чтобы показывать какую-то, ну не знаю, добрую сторону нынешнего политического устройства России, всем объяснять, что на самом деле все делается на их благо, что люди радуются. В этой ситуации, когда просто огромное количество семей в Сибири в результате будет разорено, и пока государство ничего не может сделать, чтобы как-то им компенсировать их потери, просто есть какая-то смешная сумма, которая выплачивается в качестве компенсации, сильно ниже рыночной. Люди начинают заниматься забоем своего собственного скота в надежде что-то сохранить, просто, да, там в виде замороженного мяса, непонятно, что с ним дальше делать. И кажется, что вот как бы опять же с политической точки зрения есть ощущение, что просто власти и люди живут вообще в параллельной реальности, нет никакой попытки коммуникации, и власти даже не делают вид, что там страна готовится к выборам, и что за тех чиновников, которые все это устроили на территории сейчас Западной Сибири, что за них могут не проголосовать, что они могут потерять свои кресла в результате народного возмущения. То есть нам как бы намекают, что, в общем, все равно все те же самые люди примерно останутся и после этих выборов в Новосибирской области. Волноваться не о чем, все будет нарисовано в лучшем виде. В масштабах страны это проблема интернета, в масштабах Сибири сейчас, заметно ее части, это проблема такого молчания таинственного государства по поводу того, что на самом деле происходит со скотом. В самом начале этой недели случилось лично для меня очень радостное событие. Фильм с режиссером и главным героем, которого выступил школьный учитель из города Карабаш, Павел Таланкин, получил по этому поводу есть замечательный мем из какого-то сообщества Карабаша о том, что вот как бы 3 главных премии города за всю его историю. Это премия «Полученный новогодний балкон», конкурс «Лучший блинник», а также «Оскар». И картинка очень хорошая, мне вот очень нравится. Есть большая дискуссия по поводу этого фильма. Мы выпустили интервью с Павлом Таланкиным, если вы его не видели, вот оно вышло как раз в тот момент, когда он получал «Оскар». Посмотрите его, пожалуйста. Я под большим впечатлением от общения с Павлом. Он необычно думает, вообще необычный человек. Может быть, поделюсь с вами просто каким-то личным наблюдением. Вот мы после интервью вышли с ним и шли по парку в Риге, где проходила съемка. И он увидел старое дерево, которое уже готово было как-то умереть, и, значит, падало. И это дерево привязали, чтобы его спасти к другому рядом стоящему. И он внезапно, я бы вообще не обратил внимания, просто прошел бы, может быть, заметил, но никаких мыслей не вызывают. А вот оскароносный режиссер Таланкин, он пустился в рассуждение, насколько это справедливо по отношению к деревьям, привязывать их друг к другу. И я, в общем, ему прямо скажу, что, в общем, правда, я много разных людей видел, далеко не все начнут думать о морали деревьев, увидев такую сцену в парке. Интересное мышление. Мне кажется, что, ну, не то чтобы это просто случайный человек, который вот так внезапно как-то оказался на вершине кинославы какой-то и внимания. У Павла на прошлой неделе было день рождения, ему 35 лет исполнилось, он тоже говорил, что он едет, ну в шутку, конечно, говорил, что едет отмечать с друзьями, там, с Ди Каприо и со всеми остальными, и уже в течение недели есть большие споры по поводу того, насколько это там хороший фильм, насколько это этичный фильм, насколько он для...
be. Sure, whatever. Maybe.
Let's take a break.
Only the brave will win. That's me!
Oh, no, just...
This is the path I follow. Got a new ghost story to share?
Западной аудитории. Я отчасти свои, ну, как бы косвенно свое мнение о фильме, хотя я там задавал некоторые критические вопросы, которые другие люди в основном формулируют, я как раз в интервью изложил. Мне кажется, что самый главный месседж здесь по поводу господина Никто против Путина, это то, что на самом деле смотреть на это стыдно и страшно. И, в общем, есть большое желание этого не видеть. Это правда. То есть то, как российское государство решило объявить, что война — это прекрасная идея, и распространить эту мысль на школьников, на детей, это как раз очень страшно и очень стыдно по поводу того, что это происходит с нашими школьниками в нашей стране, в наших школах, в которых мы тоже все учились. Я с ужасом думаю, что можно было бы снять. Не знаю, что там сейчас на самом деле происходит. Иногда, знаете, учителя больше сопротивляются этому давлению сверху, иногда меньше. Ну, я с ужасом думаю, что происходит в моей родной школе номер 28 в городе Кемерово, которая как бы визуально выглядит абсолютно как эта школа в Карабаше, которая показана в фильме. Поэтому у меня было много каких-то личных эмоций по этому поводу. После Оскара, то есть до Оскара они этого не сделали, Совет по правам человека подал претензию, Российский совет по правам человека при Путине, то есть, ну, фактически Совет по правам Путина, подал претензию к Американской киноакадемии, которая является организатором Оскара, и ЮНЕСКО из-за победы вот этого фильма Таланкина. По версии Совета, авторы фильма использовали изображения несовершеннолетних без получения согласия их родителей и таким образом нарушили права их детей, заявляет СПЧ. Ну, как бы длинная дискуссия, но смотрите, логика простая. Детям, школьникам говорят, что война — это клево, все должны гордиться тем, что страна воюет, все должны стремиться к тому, чтобы стать будущим солдатом, а там, не знаю, девочки должны стать, конечно, матерями будущих солдат в основном. И они там, значит, об этом говорят на уроках запинающимся языком и не способные выговорить слово денацификация. Я тоже вот сейчас как бы напрягся по этому поводу. Это все нафиг никому не нужно, ни школьникам, ни родителям, ни учителям, никому это не нужно. Это просто государство занимается таким промыванием мозгов. И дальше вылезает Совет по правам человека, и вместо того, чтобы спросить, а может быть, не надо заниматься пропагандой в школах, а может быть, в школе нужно чему-то другому учить, а может быть, как-то надо умерить вот эту прыть, с которой российское государство переходит на вот эти ультраидеологизированные позиции, при том, что даже не ясно никому, в чем эта идеология состоит, кроме того, что мы самые великие и можем всех убить. Как бы, да, это такая вот раньше там в Советском Союзе коммунизм предположительно строили неудачно, а сейчас даже не ясно, что строят. Просто какая-то ненависть, которая на людей распространяется. Предлагается людям эта ненависть в качестве некоторой нормы. Так вот, СПЧ говорит, нет, нас здесь все устраивает, военной пропагандой мы дальше будем заниматься, а вот Таланкин, негодяй, он снял наших детей без разрешения. То есть он без разрешения, понимаете, показал, что государство делает с детьми. Ну, конечно, как бы это хоррор. Претензии не к государству, а к фильму получается. То есть не к тому, кто это делает, а тот, кто это показывает, чтобы всем стало стыдно. Но я, если честно, рад, что СПЧ сделал такое официальное заявление. Я рад, что их это задевает. Я рад, что люди, которые смотрят этот фильм по всему миру, они испытывают в первую очередь сострадание и сочувствие к этим школьникам, возможно, по крайней мере, часть других героев фильма, учителей в том числе. Ну и вообще, как бы, да, это такая гуманистическая история про то, что в России происходит большая трагедия, свидетелями, наблюдателями и, к сожалению, участниками, которой мы все являемся.
I can become even stronger.
My dream seems to have become a reality.
Krampus.
Hey dear! Beep beep! Work orders are open.
A little reward. Yep. Don't worry, one swing will do. Yep. Are you ready for this? Yep.
Is it my shout one for complaints? Leave it to pretty, right?
Leave this part to me. Yep. Relax. My aim is true. Let's see you handle this. Yep. Sleep well. Yep. Relax. My aim is true. Yep. Let's see you handle this. Sleep well.
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! Like a shadow!
Yeah. Relax. My aim is true. Yep. Why struggle? Noise, be gone. Let's see you handle this.
Feel this fist from above.
An attack from a blind spot!
I'll take it from here. Wave your light stick! I'll take it from here. Follow-up attack time! Yeah!
Tonight's performance is brought to you by
Different intro. The show isn't over yet. Missing. Keep dreaming. Sparkle, shine on! Yeah! You can't do that! Get closer!
Okay, looks like this event brings much less breadcrumbs than this. Five minutes. Like that. Just do it.
Heads up! Bumpy road ahead! Turn it up! Not bad!
Keep dreaming!
Get ready to rock and roll!
I'm gonna stage for you.
No clue how long it's going to be.
With me! Control the rhythm! To turn it up!
Oh. Nope. Just a couple seconds late. So left, not 350, but 400 on the table. Fortunately. Oh. It's a new week. Crap. I haven't done everything here. What I remember. Not, haven't done everything in Redo week. Well, at least guess that's the thing that I didn't get. I got everything. In terms of potential archive. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's not necessarily fine. Oh. Let's see.
Занимается вот этой претензией, кстати, к Таланкину и к его фильму Марина Ахмедова, главный редактор Регнум, и по совместительству как раз...
Well, really unfortunate that I didn't complete the second tower. Well, should have done it yesterday. Hours. Might as well do it, but not right now. Let's not do it right now. Let's do it later today. Either way, I almost got one. 10 pulls. Which is... Alright. Let's not forget about... Oh... Yeah, okay. Oh, curious. Well, let's spend some. Not sure, just... Don't want to do that.
член Путинского совета по правам человека. То есть бывшая журналистка, которая просто стала одной из самых оголтелых пропагандисток войны, хорошо на этом зарабатывает. Ну, кому же, как не ей, защитить детей от Таланкина. Пропаганда, надо сказать, находится в тупике по поводу того, как про Таланкина говорить. Конечно, всех очень порадовало пропагандистское издание «Ура.ру», которое опубликовало новость с заголовком «Фильм про президента Путина получил Оскар». Ну, действительно, Путин есть в заголовке, его там показывают его речи. Вот фактически Путин получил Оскар. Это такое явление, мне кажется, в духе Северной Кореи, да, значит, когда там какие-то гадости говорят во внешнем мире или смеются над Ким Чен Ыном, северокорейская пропаганда уверена, что Ким Чен Ына все боятся, уважают, что вообще это самый известный человек на планете, и все хотят быть как Ким Чен Ын. Вот у нас тоже с Оскаром так получилось по версии Ура.ру. А потом, правда, почему-то Ура.ру удалила эту новость, то ли из-за того, что сами начали смеяться, то ли по каким-то другим причинам. Вот трудно понять. Напишите, пожалуйста, в комментариях, почему Ура.ру передумала называть фильм Таланкина фильмом про президента Путина, который получил Оскар. Самую, конечно, изощренную, вообще, как бы человек, который генерирует огромное количество разного рода мемов в последнее время, и уже много лет стабильно, все-таки мастерство есть некоторое в этом, это, конечно, Никита Сергеевич Михалков, который в своей авторской передаче заявил такую достаточно изощренную, достаточно конспирологическую версию деятельности Таланкина. Он заявил, что в методичке 1944 года про то, как мануал простого полевого саботажа, американская методичка 1944 года, кстати, получается, что это методичка против нацистов, что-то как бы Михалков, возможно, на что-то намекает. В заложниках держит Михалкова, да. Так вот, значит, по версии Михалкова, Таланкин мог из этой антинацистской методички по саботажу получить инструкции о том, как правильно снимать российских детей. Я не видел, я думаю, что это фейк, в смысле, я думаю, что это просто, что Михалков придумал эту методичку. Вот, она должна была обучать неподготовленных граждан в странах гитлеровской коалиции простому саботажу, в частности, как можно чаще и дольше говорить о патриотизме, чтобы затягивать принятие решений в администрациях и на производстве. Ну, я, кстати, не уверен, может быть, это по этой методичке воображаемой вообще действует не Таланкин, а Министерство просвещения, например. Или в целом российское государство действует по этой методичке, потому что как раз все сходится, видите, все затянуто как-то у нас, все как-то уже бессмысленно долго продолжается, вся эта диктатура и вся эта война. Может быть, Путин на самом деле это саботажник, который действует по мануалу простого полевого саботажа. Вот, но, значит, классная мысль Михалкова заключается в том, что Таланкин специально заставлял школьников произносить патриотические речи. Что, мол, ничего такого на самом деле не было бы, просто приходил такой мерзкий предатель Таланкин и дискредитировал российских школьников, заставляя, и учителей, кстати, тоже заставляя их произносить бессмысленные, длинные, никому не нужные, непонятными словами патриотические речи.
Он наверняка для своего материала, для BBC, заставлял ребят громче петь гимн, выше поднимать флаг, говорить патриотические речи, для того, чтобы этим иллюстрировать насилие идеологическое над школьниками.
Это очень как бы классная идея, то есть, мне кажется, здесь тоже надо разобраться, провести какое-то дополнительное расследование, кто все-таки приказал школьникам участвовать в уроках о важном разговорах, и причем здесь российские учителя. Может быть, тут какой-то действительно саботаж, может быть, Никита Михалков в очередной раз прав. Ему напомнит один из главных интернет-мемов последнего времени, когда он рассуждает о том, что если я что-то говорю, а вы со мной не согласны, я ведь ничего доказывать не должен. Это вы должны доказать, что я не прав. Вот, то есть аргументы Михалкову не нужны. Вот нам нужны аргументы, чтобы Михалкова опровергнуть. Поэтому, может быть, он действительно прав. И тогда кто-то в Министерстве просвещения, а может быть и повыше, просто действует по методичке 1944 года. Невеселое продолжение истории про российских подростков. Важные истории на этой неделе публикуют расследование о том, кто стоит за самым, наверное, омерзительным контентом, который появился в ходе этой войны. Вообще война порождает большое количество так называемого war porn, когда просто там людей уничтожают при помощи беспилотников, казнят их. Ну, вообще происходят чудовищные вещи, да, и все это, потому что везде есть камеры, смартфоны, все это можно теперь еще записывать на видео и показывать. Мы теперь, кстати, благодаря этому всему узнаем, как война-то выглядит. Потому что я думаю, что если во время Второй мировой войны у всех были бы смартфоны, то, возможно, желающих воевать все-таки было бы еще меньше. Хотя, не знаю, с другой стороны, люди вроде ничему, даже на самых страшных примерах, особенно в истории, не учатся. Так вот, причем здесь подростки. Среди так называемых рекламных менеджеров крупных телеграм-каналов вот с таким контентом про расчлененку и казни на войне можно обнаружить множество несовершеннолетних россиян. Один из самых крупных таких СНАФ-каналов времен войны в Украине, мы не будем называть его название, имеет больше 100 тысяч подписчиков. В самом канале размещены больше 15 тысяч фото и 20 тысяч видео, включая, в кавычках, эксклюзивные материалы с погибшими украинскими военными. Вместе с этим канал публикует рекламу казино, службу по контракту и, значит, ботов, которые там манипуляции разные эротические с фотографиями проводят. Монетизацией канала занимался Денис Боголюбов из деревни в Мари-Эл. Ну вот человек к успеху пришел, так понимаю, она как выглядит успех у нас на родине. Сейчас ему 19 лет, а в момент работы с каналом было 16. За покупку рекламы Денис берет 15-20% в зависимости от тематики, а за наставничество для админов более 11 тысяч рублей. То есть он выступает в качестве посредника, когда вот вы приходите, значит, продавать рекламу, Денис вот всем этим рулит из деревни Мариэл, наверное, уже куда-то перебрался в Сочи или в Москву, или в какое-нибудь другое, менее приятное место. Другой менеджер этого же канала, Артем Пригодин из поселка в Поморье, ему еще 16 лет не было, когда он зарабатывал на таком видео с войны. Сейчас Пригодин проходит срочную службу в пограничье, а переходе на контракт говорит так: билет в один конец, подпишешь, а завтра в тюрьмах. Он контракт не пойдет, я так понимаю. И еще несколько примеров, когда 15-16-летние подростки решили заработать на том, чтобы продавать рекламу в особенных каналах для очень особенных людей, потребителей, где показаны казни и осквернение трупов военнослужащих. Не знаю, как относиться к этому явлению. Очевидно, что молодые люди в России разные. Вот очевидно, знаете, что война все-таки провоцирует многих людей, ну, как-то раскрываться с какой-то совсем уж такой животной стороны, да. То есть, ну, как вот заработок на снап-видео, связанных со сценами казней, это, наверное, самое вынужденное, что можно придумать. История в польском суде, за которой многие сейчас следят, потому что она стала развитием, следствием войны против Украины, аннексии Крыма, и международное сообщество, и там и украинская пресса очень внимательно следят за судьбой археолога Александра Бутягина, которого украинские власти обвиняют в том, что он, во-первых, осуществлял незаконные раскопки археологические на территории Крымского полуострова после 2014 года. Во-вторых, что эти раскопки нанесли крупный ущерб культурному наследию Украины. Сам Бутягин согласен с обвинением в том, что он раскопки осуществлял. Он понимает и признает, тут трудно отрицать, что он действительно в Крыму копал. Ну, как бы история этого человека выглядит так, что он начал с 90-х годов этим заниматься, и после смены политического как бы режима, после оккупации, после действий российских властей, он считал, наверное, что в его жизни мало что изменилось. Украина бы ему, я думаю, не дала бы разрешения на то, чтобы делать какие-то раскопки. И вот он так, по инерции, по привычке продолжил эту деятельность. Он категорически отрицает, что его деятельность наносила какой-либо урон культурному наследию Украины. То есть все то, что он находил, все это оставалось, по его словам, на территории Крыма. Никуда в России там не вывозилось, ни в какие музеи не перепродавалось, он из этого ничего не имел. Он профессиональный археолог, задача которого спасать исторические памятники, открывать их, а не уничтожать. Такая позиция была заявлена в польском суде, потому что Бутягин накануне, помните эту историю, он ездил с лекциями по Европе и был задержан по запросу украинской стороны с целью экстрадиции на территорию Украины, где он должен предстать перед судом. Польский суд первой инстанции удовлетворил запрос про экстрадицию Бутягина Ну и многие, в общем, по этому поводу испытывают какие-то эмоции. Одни там, не знаю, гнев и разочарование, другие радость, даже злорадство. Я пока думаю, что окончательно про эту с точки зрения юридической процедуры, про судьбу Бутягина рано делать выводы. Потому что вот это признание его в том, что он занимался раскопками, оно не предполагает экстрадиции, потому что здесь степень совершенного правонарушения недостаточно тяжелая, чтобы иностранного гражданина отправлять из другой страны по запросу экстрадиционных властей. Здесь нужно именно доказать, что он нанес урон культурному наследию Украины. И дальше будет, соответственно, апелляция. Еще я думаю, что как часто мы пробовали делать, пока Европейский суд по правам человека действовал на территории Российской Федерации, пока Россия не вышла и пока ее не выгнали из Совета Европы в результате агрессии, у ЕСПЧ, в принципе, есть право ввести запретительные меры, если удастся доказать адвокату, что там Бутягин не будет находиться в безопасности на территории Украины после экстрадиции, то ЕСПЧ может вообще польскому суду выписать предписание приостановить экстрадицию до какого-то решения в рамках дела ЕСПЧ, что может очень долго тянуться. Я согласен с теми людьми, которые говорят, что на самом деле, видимо, не надо было копать в Крыму. Здесь нет никакого хорошего решения. После 2014 года действительно очень многие вещи в нашей жизни поменялись. Мы могли их сразу недооценить, что изменения настолько серьезные. Вот у нас только что вышла большая статья Ирины Гариной, которая называется «12-летняя война», и в которой мы как раз вспоминаем, как начинались первые выстрелы, первые какие-то агрессивные действия в ходе того, что потом изменит жизнь просто огромного количества людей после нападения, уже большого полноценного нападения России на Украину. И начиналось это все в феврале 2014 года, когда первые вооруженные отряды, якобы местной самообороны, как российская пропаганда говорила, появились в Крыму. Потом это все продолжилось аннексией Крыма, потом группа из Стрелкова-Гиркина в Славянске в апреле 22 года. Короче, обычный какой-то, не знаю, ученый, гражданский человек, он мог реально недооценить того масштаба проблем, с которым и Крым столкнется, и Россия столкнется, и Украина в первую очередь. Ну вот ездил копать. Ну, не знаю, мне кажется, что было бы правильно этого человека оштрафовать и сказать ему больше так не делать. Вот это было бы прям какое-то справедливое решение. Украина, как я понимаю, собирается доказывать, что он виновен. Для российской пропаганды именно в разрушении культурного наследия, для российского пропаганды это большой подарок, потому что, они будут говорить, вот там известного ученого ни за что мучают. И кажется, что российская пропаганда так и будет просто использовать Бутягина как такой символ демонстрации того, чтобы, там, не знаю, европейцы, другие страны на глобальном юге, например, они верили в то, что Украина очень плохое, враждебное государство. Будем следить за историей Бутягина, будем вам рассказывать. На этой неделе в городе Ухта, в следственном изоляторе местном в республике Коми, умер политзаключенный Владимир Осипов. Его судили абсолютно бессмысленно и вот в рамках вот этих всех практик, которые после 22 года появились, за так называемые военные фейки. Это чистой воды мысли преступления. Ему было 56 лет, он еще на следствии жаловался, что у него есть проблемы со здоровьем. Ему систематически отказывали в медицинской помощи, в госпитализации. Ну и в итоге просто на тюремщиках из Ухты, из этого следственного изолятора, просто есть труп ни в чем не повинного человека. В целом, я думаю, что вот по большому счету, когда и если в России заработают суды и будет правоохранительная система, мало того, что Владимира Осипова нужно будет реабилитировать, такое слово как бы из лексикона, знаете, постсталинской эры, которое, видимо, тоже надо будет использовать заново, я бы еще, конечно, посмотрел бы на действия тюремного врача, действия надзирателей, главы этого заведения под названием СИЗО Ухты. Потому что, по большому счету, мне кажется, именно они убили человека, но причастны к этому вся вертикаль прокуроров, судей, спецслужб и так далее, которые его преследовали. Но в теории, наверное, да, у ФСИН была возможность как оказывать человеку медицинскую помощь. Даже после того, как вся эта вертикаль, она отработала свое грязное, бессмысленное уголовное дело. Вот Такие вещи, они, знаете, очень показательные, к сожалению, символичны для современной России. Вы берете человека с гуманистическими взглядами, который никому ничего плохого не сделал, вы его начинаете судить за то, что он не любит войну и говорит неприятные вещи про российскую армию. Этот человек говорит, что у него проблемы со здоровьем. В ответ, очевидно, звучит такое: ха-ха, все вы так говорите. И потом этот человек, Владимир Осипов, он погибает. Уголовное дело против него тянулось с 24 года из-за антивоенных публикаций в «Одноклассниках». Попутно правозащитный проект «Поддержка политзаключенных. Мемориал» напоминает, что за последние годы в российских тюрьмах и колониях умерло не менее 58 политзаключенных. То есть, опять же, людей, которые сидят в тюрьмах незаконно за свои политические убеждения, за слова, как правило, и вот они уже, мы видим, что просто уже есть огромный такой черный список 58 погибших людей, которые фактически были убиты государством в тюрьмах. Понятно, что самый известный и страшный случай, который мы видели, да, и про который мы помним, это убийство Алексея Навального. Новость про репрессии из Кемеровской области не могу пройти мимо. Подростка из Белова в Кузбассе обвинили в финансировании терроризма, в кавычках, из-за платных реакций в Телеграме. 17-летнего молодого человека обвиняют в том, что он отправлял вот эти звездочки в Телеграме в канал некой организации, которая признана в России террористической. На этом основании его задержали. Следственный комитет дает даже пресс-релиз. Они собой гордятся. Поместили этого опасного человека под домашний арест. Прям очень либерально. С ноября по декабрь прошлого года подросток ставил платные реакции в мессенджере под постами организации, признанной в России в кавычках террористическому. Формально обвиняемому грозит до 15 лет лишения свободы. И, собственно, наверное, здесь надо сделать какое-то предупреждение для всех наших там зрителей, читателей. Пожалуйста, думайте, если российские власти могут отследить ваши действия в интернете, тем более связанные формально хотя бы с финансами. Там несколько центов он, наверное, пожертвовал этой якобы террористической организации, то для отчетности они могут вас взять и просто привлечь к ответственности на 15 лет лишения свободы.
Alright, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun.